Hello. I only streamed once last week. I think? Well, it might have been twice. There were a couple days I didn't stream last week. But I'm going to try streaming again. Today. Been having a bit of a rough time lately, as I often do. But let's see if I can at least complete the Dawntrail quests and maybe start another set of them. So here's S'crow in Ishgard. Last time on the Dawntrail quests, which we last did before the Arcadian, there's a sleepy artifact that makes people sleepy in a village where this is used to make sure that one person is always awake or to keep constant vigilance over the town and protect it. And there is also someone who, in turn, is always asleep, so that this other person can constantly be awake. And the artifact that is used to induce this sleepiness has been stolen and is being used by an evil villain, who most recently put the always awake person to sleep. Mandatory nap time has been engaged. So I'm just going to assume that this quest is happening in real time and he's been asleep for like a week. That's probably normal. People do that sometimes. Not really on purpose. Nobody really does this on purpose. I misread that as bacon in the darkness immediately. So we're off to a great start. Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she's in league with Ishgard's more unsavory elements, she could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We can but hope that Tentoawa awakens before she emerges again. S'crow, there you are. I don't remember the voices I was doing. It's been a week. Oh, it's you. The one who's always asleep instead. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city. But the narwhal guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tentoawa mentioned. You hail from the same village, yes? I am Firmalbert of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Ah, Tentoawa wrote about you in his letters. I'm Lozanique, and the honor is all mine. Is Tentoawa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. Well, the thing about that is... There was a nod there as well. I must always mention the nod. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You promised you'd write to me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? I was so worried. At least I can take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, S'crow. Nod. Is there any way to counteract the Cradle's influence, or he told me you were the shut-eye? Is there some way to counteract it? Can one stay awake forever by sheer force of will? The answer is the same. Although we can deny ourselves food or drink, sleep is another matter. It always finds us in time. And to rouse oneself from a slumber this deep is an impossible task, even for someone like Tentowawa. Do you know why Tentowawa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments, yet Tentowawa shows no signs of stirring. Well, you see, Firmalbert, there's this concept called sleep debt. And, Tentowawa has been cheating on his sleep taxes for a while. Well, I'm sorry, I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut eye has fallen into a sleep much like this, one so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the shut eye back to the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tentowawa. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the turning mists blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eorzea can one be closer to touching the sun. Nod. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call Morbles, and the thicker it is the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead. Ah, I know them well. Morbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, S'crow? Leave it to me. Your confidence is reassuring. Since the Morble saliva must be the fresher of the two, I ask that you first climb into the heavens and pick dandelions for Tentowawa. Nod. You can trust S'crow, she's a botanist. So this is how Tentowawa looked upon me for so long. The sight is unsettling, I admit. Please, S'crow, come back soon. I want to hear his voice. I am still misreading it as bacon in the darkness. Remember this other motorcycle that S'crow has? It's been a bit. Perhaps one day I will get the air-wheeler. I need 5 more millions of dollars. I mean gil. I still like this motorcycle as well. Can you land her? Huh. You can land here, in fact. That makes sense in a way. The sun-drenched dandelions shine an almost golden yellow. Now for a much more gruesome task, venture to the Dravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown morble. Slay the great putrid morble. Great. You know, it would probably be concerning in some sort of ecological way if there were a level 96 Morbol in the middle of a level 60 area. Assuming, of course, that monster levels are at least slightly more than just a gameplay abstraction. That would imply a significant imbalance in the ecosystem, some sort of apex predator. Some sort of Tyrol Vidral type situation, except, like, not really. Then again, I think the levels are primarily a gameplay abstraction. Instead of anything else. Unless we just accept that a large flying squirrel is more powerful than, like, Alexander. In some way of measuring such things. By the way, the flying squirrel mount is a heck of a grind to get. If you didn't know about it. I believe it would require about 50,000 bicolor gemstones after completing every shared fate area in Dawntrail. Every job to 100 is something else that I don't remember right now. But yeah, the flying squirrel is a bunch of gemstone or Tyrol gemstone vouchers, which you can only get if you have completed all the shared fates. And then they each cost 100 tomestones. I think it's, or 100 gemstones. And I think it's, you need 500 vouchers, so yeah. I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you've brought them with you. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tentoawa to open his eyes. And so he did. Huh? Where am I? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentoawa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. Hosonikwe, what are you doing here? And then we explained everything, presumably. I see, so Leofine wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly in bed, Lozanique came all this way. Curse my weakness! Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed! For 10 years I endured countless trials, and when the time came I couldn't even swing my damn weapon! This is not your fault. It's not your fault, Tentoawa. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, it's not your fault either. No, I won't hear it. Questioning head tilt. As you may know, Leofine won our trusts by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Tyrol. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, and I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tentoawa. While Lozanique was sleeping, Leofine snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. I put Lozanique's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. No, you are being their guardian by protecting her, though. Yeah, exactly. Lozanique is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Occasional instance of the dialogue options lining up exactly with what I said. She is one of your people. Thank you, S'crow. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people came to harm, especially Lozanique. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian, my guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Smile. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofine's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. Nod. It'd be funny if there was the final fight in this quest line involved, like, Leofine trying to put both of us to sleep, but we just keep passing back and forth the remedy over and over. I wouldn't be too surprised if that happened. I'm embarrassed to admit that was the first time I've ever created the mixture. I'm glad it worked as intended. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Lozanique and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them and Lozanique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the shut eye, after all. Your duty, and it was your duty too that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep. Being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it, and I want to walk it with you. Nod. But not yet. First, we reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take our first step towards that new future. I promise. I must confess I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. Can't even grip my weapon properly. Perhaps the cradle has been sapping the ether of its target all along, or Leafine did remark she felt invigorated. Maybe she took your vitality for herself. Rather than leaping to this conclusion, we can report what she said. Then does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. It may just mean the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might not pass on their fatigue, rather they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The cradle's wielder can go on without sleep and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from, but if the treasure was used without restraint... If we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leafine does too. And then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Lozanique never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend that precious time we have training to regain what strength Leafine stole from me. You have my word I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. Alrighty then. Well. Alright. I don't have enough ingredients to make spring dew again. We'll have to deal with Leafine before the cradle's power returns. Oh, that's more convenient. Awakened, not stirred. God. You would, localization team. Howdy. You're looking strong, S'crow. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before if we're to have any hope of catching Leafine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any farther than the Temple Knights? We've pondered that same question. Our best guess was that as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses. Hello. Welcome. Nod. She's using her knowledge as her weapon, and we might need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. I'm doing alright today. So far. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmalbert? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her old squadron might be able to shed light onto her past. What's this one about? That is a complicated question, because this game has been going on for a long time, being an MMO. This is specifically like a side quest in the most recent expansion that is about an artifact that puts people to sleep that we're trying to recover. That's like the most simplified way to put it, but it would... Explaining the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV would be really involved. I have streamed most of it, and it took quite a while, but yeah. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Farmelbert was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Lozanique. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all better for it. Since you've gathered the information, it's only fitting I should do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Farmelbert told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have S'crow to guide you. You'll go with Tintoawa, won't you? Makes sense. I knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. It does indeed. The level cap is currently 100. Unlike a lot of other MMOs, you are allowed to swap between the various jobs and classes of the game at will once you've unlocked them. So there's a lot of them too. So there's a lot of different stuff to level up if you so choose. Well, I hope this stream is at least slightly entertaining for you. How many Temple Knights are there that not even Farmelbert would know all of them? I can barely imagine. Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, S'crow. Let's get moving. Aw, I'm glad you think so. So I got to go over here. I tend to do a lot of silly voices when reading dialogue in this game that isn't already voice acted. So that might happen as well. Oh, you don't have to follow or anything. But I do appreciate it if you do. Thanks for the follow. Now this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? You want to know about Leofine? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. Ah, you found my funny channel point redeems. I have many silly buttons that can be pressed. Some of them are rather elaborate. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. Nod. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. A selfish heart like Leofine was sought out to aid in this plot. I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. Overall, the framing of this set of side quests is like, the game is divided, like the jobs that you play as in the game are divided into various roles, as you can see on this screen. Tank, melee damage, healer, physical ranged damage, and magical damage. And each expansion, recently anyway, has had a set of quests that are like associated with each of these, and this is the tank segment of it. But the overall premise of these quests is that there's a seemingly rather comedic bunch of villains who loudly announced their evil intentions to cause problems in a public area, and now we're tracking them down. As of right now, it's unclear how actually serious any of their villainy is, but this one is at least causing problems a little bit. Having stolen a important sacred artifact and now used it to harass a very specific set of people, I guess. My thoughts about college studies. Well, I dropped out of college twice. So I don't have a particularly high opinion of college, I guess you could say. Also, I've dealt with a lot of like chronic illness and mental health stuff over time, which made it very difficult for me. College I wasn't really compatible with college, but I tried a couple different majors and dropped out of both of them. So I guess my overall thoughts on college is that it's not for me. I won't say that college studies are inherently worthless or anything like that, but they just didn't go well for me in particular. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Leofine? For her I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was after just such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Oh, I'm glad you think so. The cat is Calico. She is separate, and also is tied to many of the funny stream redeems. For example, if you used text-to-speech,
hello,
she can speak. And also you can give her a pat on the head. And other such things. If you choose to. Yeah, it seems like Leofine's punishment was a little bit disproportionate to her crimes. In a very older Ishgardian sort of way. Since they were all about blaming people for heresy for a while. I'm glad you like the animation too. Yeah. Knights falling asleep on duty. A story that's become all too familiar. That's a good point, actually. She's attempting to cause unrest by making people experience what she did in a way. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger. She's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. Interesting. We are learning more about the villain's motivations. That's alright. Channel points are just something that is naturally acquired over time. Generally. There's also the most expensive one. There's a bunch of those. Those are like once per stream, like jokes basically. Oh, well, backseat gamer tax. That actually just does nothing. That's also just a joke.
Sonic
Oh no.
Boom. Rings loud from the engines. Ironclad murder gonna eliminate the distance. Ain't no landers gonna take us. No. Cold dust in the flustered.
The
Super
context
calico
for
just
this
slow
is
down.
that it's
Stop.
lyrics
Taking no
for
hits. Slow riding past
boss
us.
theme
Blast
in
us.
this
Get to
game.
transmit. Son to the father, to the maker's own way. There's a method to the metal on the metal highway. Yo, keeping up the pace.
And they are
What?
wrapped very
Keeping
quickly
with
and
quickness, keep the lightning
incomprehensible.
bottled. Throttle to the finish, keeping out the pace.
They're slightly
What?
modified for
Keeping
this,
with
though.
quickness, keep the lightning bottled. Throttle.
The
throttle to
on-screen
finish line.
celebration
Then,
is
got nothing to prove
bits
and pushing all your
instead
buttons with
of
a button
channel
pushing blue hand, blue blazes,
points.
blue faces, blue blood.
And the
blue troops
reason
gonna see you
that
black and blue. Right.
those
Keeping
are
up
so
the pace.
expensive is
What?
because you
Cruising
can't
with quickness, keep
disable
the lightning
them.
bottled. Throttle to the finish.
The only thing
Keeping
you
up the
can
pace.
do to
What?
stop people from
Cruising with
using
quickness,
these
keep the
new
lightning bottled.
power-ups is to
Throttle
make
the finish.
them
30,000 cats
ridiculously
gonna solve the cat's problems.
expensive.
Because the problems of the cats going rotten until they solve them.
This
Yeah,
is
the
a very
30,000 cats
silly
gonna solve the
redeem,
cat's
by the
problems.
way.
With a slogan smash and bash and whack
It
and
also
crack and
makes
snap
it
and kind of chaos.
difficult
C
to
to the A to the
concentrate, but I
LICO cats
did
gonna
this
rise
to
up. Say
myself.
words faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up. Say words
Yeah,
faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up.
I did
Say
this
words
to
faster. C to the A
myself
to the LICO
as
cats gonna rise
a
up.
prank.
Say words faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up. Say words faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up. Say words faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up. Say words
God.
faster. C to the A to the LICO cats gonna rise up. Say words faster. Rise up and raise the iron roof off now. Rise up and riot till the bomb drops now. Rise up. The time is right to sound
I'll just
off.
wait for a
So
bit.
rise with me. Rise with me. Rise with me. Rise up. Rise with me. Rise with
Hello,
me.
welcome.
Rise with me. Rise
Welcome
up.
to
Rise
Sonic
with
Boom.
me. Rise with me. Rise with me. Rise with me. Step back. The cat's about to pull you under.
Yep. No, one of the lines in Rise is not that, but I modified that one because it was funny to me at the time. I'm gonna actually look up the lyrics to Rise. What was the original line? I think it was something that didn't make sense for Calico to say. By the way, if you don't know, the official lyrics for Rise actually have a set of question marks in them at one part. The first line officially is Sonic Boom rings loud from the first verse. Sonic Boom rings loud from the engines. Ironclad murder gonna eliminate the distance. Ain't no landers gonna take us. No. Cold Dustin the flustered is super Cali question mark apostrophe Tagus. They were cooking something when they wrote this, but I don't know what it was. The actual line is... Where is it? Gobby's gonna rise up, boom like thunder. And I changed it to Cat's gonna rise up, say words faster, apparently. Also, the Super Cali question mark Tagus was Super Calico Tagus in my rendition. The specifications of my PC, it's pretty recent. The graphics recently in this game got updated as well. Like in the newest expansion, there was a graphics update because this game is fairly old. And like the graphics aren't the fanciest thing in the world, but they did just recently like update all of them a bunch. And my PC is able to run it at the highest settings for what that's worth. But as far as other channel point redeems go, one of the sillier ones while I'm here is probably the Destroyed redeem, which is a Guilty Gear reference. But I'll go ahead and throw a free one of those out there.
To the stars. What is with these folks? My inventory is full. The war eternal.
Destroy!
This redeem generates a random haiku, and there's like how many possibilities? I have it in the actual description. There's currently 457,098 possible haikus out of the sets of lines. Sometimes I'm ridiculous, that's all. Anyway. I'm really glad you think that. I need to add more lines to it. There's also a small chance of it being something completely different, which I need to add to other redeems as well. I need to add more mystery events, as I called them. What's up with the statue? I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god. No, the 9999 channel point redeems won't have extra stuff added to them. Those are all like pranks that I played on myself that people can now play on me once a stream. Eventually I may even get tired of those, I don't know. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god, but here's a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless. And thanks to its blessings, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. I guess I can say that, like, this expansion of Final Fantasy XIV in general is a lot about, like, learning and understanding and appreciating various cultures and stuff. I've briefly considered live 2D. The thing is that I drew my own PNG tuber myself, and also Calico. That's my own art. And I feel like I would have to learn how to do the live 2D stuff myself in order to be satisfied with the end result. Like, I'm not sure anyone, if I commissioned it, which would be much more logical, I'm not entirely sure if I could get something I would like from that. But also, like, it would require a lot of effort to learn how to do live 2D. And I don't have a lot of energy all the time, so... yeah. All is quiet. Even so, I must remain vigilant. Yeah, this person is very much so, like, from a small village way north in Tyrol, and probably has not seen most of this stuff. Leophine, eh? A name spoken of in hushed whispers now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how our actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that our group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think our aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Oxzundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Handalu has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary, stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. We know enough to guess her next move. You're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has an almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And this, what did he call it, a delegation, may prove an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. Nod. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Handalu what we know. No worries. Also, like, if this is your first impression of this game, I should mention that, while there is a lot of, like, running around and talking to people, there's also, like, exploration and combat aspects to it. And various other things. Which we won't be seeing a whole lot of today, really. We'll see a little bit of the combat. But this set of quests is, like, revisiting areas that are older. And also mostly, like, dialogue. There's also sometimes voice acting in the game, but not in these quests, so I'm doing all of it myself for right now. I do not have a Discord, actually. I am a very small streamer, so having a Discord doesn't seem super necessary. Not too many people watch my streams, I suppose. I could probably make a Discord eventually, but I haven't really felt like it's necessary. I'm also not sure I'd be great at managing it if I did. But yeah, I don't have one, unfortunately. You're ever welcome at the congregation, S'crow. I'm well apprised of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. And this must be Master Tentoawa, who crossed the ocean from Tyrol. I hope you've recovered from your ordeal. I mean, I guess you can share my links if you would like to. That's fine. I'm not sure how interested I am in, like, getting help with a live 2D model or anything, but you can feel free to share links and stuff. I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you've done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me. Nod. I see you and I had the same doubts. The delegation to Oxundu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Sonu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action, for the safety of all. However, this could also be the perfect chance to draw her out. Nod. That's right. S'crow and I won't let anyone come to harm. As long as you warn the Vanu Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please, send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You're right. The Zundu would not stand idly by while we suffer at Leofine's hand. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by a great hero, S'crow. That's me. We tell the Zundu that she's keeping watch over the proceedings, and I'm certain all doubts shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed? Nod. Indeed, the time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counter-offensive. I shall bring the suggestion of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her scheme. I must first discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Nod. Characters nod a lot in this game. There were two more just there while I was saying that. Wonder if this means Emmerich is gonna show up suddenly. I don't think the Vanu Vanu were portrayed as poorly as the Mamalja in Heavensward, at least. Tentoawa told me of what you learned of Leofine. To be honest, I do empathize somewhat with her desire to be free from the bonds of sleep. But that's where my sympathy ends. It's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. I realize now that I agreed to defend the people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Zundu we'll soon be visiting. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I forgot that their dialogue was a bit stilted. They've been improving over time, especially considering that they renamed the beast tribes to allied societies, finally, which is much better. So, like, maybe there's hope. Maybe there is hope. Considering the theme of Dawntrail being about, like, learning and understanding various cultures, it would make a lot of sense if we ended up interacting with the older allied societies through the... as well as, like, other smaller communities throughout the role quests. Well, my dialogue options are that they're large fluffy birds, or that they're like the Hanu Hanu, but they say metaphors more often. So, hope somewhat diminished by this second option here. Well, they're like large birds. Really? Two groups of such people so far apart? The world really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that, a world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've barely even considered sending delegations outside our village's gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change. No hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow hand in hand. But maybe that's just a silly dream. Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought. I'm glad you think so too. I'll hold that future in mind as I get back to training. This is something interesting to consider also because, assuming that they follow the pattern, which I think they've already said they will do, once all the role quests are completed, there will be a follow-up incorporating all of them at some later time. So, they will, in fact, unite in some way, whoever they may be. I have only personally seen this part of this one so far. So. As for you, S'crow, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. Nod. We had a counter for that? I feel like... I mean, that's just how role quests and presumably the crafting equivalent of role quests go, just by default. Tentoa was finally acting like his old self again. Oh, I'm sure we're ready for whatever lies ahead. Dreams of a new day. The final tank role quest, after which we move on to magic DPS. Sir Handaloo still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course, I agree with you, Tentoawa, but we have more pressing matters. namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I'm pleased to say that the Zundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handalu. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we're ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Oxundu as soon as possible, so you may help plan our strategy. Nod. I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as a club. Nod. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Lozanique, and S'crow too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Yeah, I'm also glad for this. And, like, she's important to the story while being an active participant in the story and, like, adding her perspective to it and stuff. It's good. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sonuvanu. Nod. Nod. I wonder if anyone has kept track of how many times the Warrior of Light nods in this game, or how many times anybody has nodded in this game. It would definitely be in the thousands by this point. Oh, I'm definitely not asking anyone to do it. It would be an arduous task for certain.
Zodi will do more research, but on immediate first glance, someone has cataloged every nod. For example, the wool nods 211 times in Stormblood.
That's a lot of times. Their graceful dancing belies their bulk. Can they fly too? We're on a floating island. What other fantastic locales can be found in Eorzea? And yeah, that's also more than I expected, somehow. Alright, what's your dialogue like in these modern times, Sonuvanu? Honored Netherling, your return to Oxundu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sonu knows why you come. Wicked hearts sing to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the Sundrop Dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. Chief Sonuvanu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tentoawa, and if this Sundrop Dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tentoawa is welcome to join the proceedings. Yeah, this doesn't seem different. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop Dance, and the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, that the Sundrop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Oxundu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. Nod. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Chief Sonu! Netherling's ship appears in the skies like sudden sun shower, hurtling towards Earth! Okay, yeah, there's still a little bit of stilted speech there as well. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel. I can play into the lightning metaphor, or the weather metaphor. Yeah, they do bring up the double rainbow memes occasionally in Heavensward. That is true. They would never harm the Zundu intentionally, though. Agreed. This has the scent of the enemy. Just as Sono has no reason to doubt that the sun shall rise on the morrow, he has no reason to mistrust the temple knights. To be fair... Not really... I don't know if to be fair is the right set of words. To be... observing something... The amount of weather metaphors that the Vanu present is similar to the amount of nautical metaphors that Merlvib says sometimes. Does that mean anything? It's not the same, but you wish it could be. Yeah. In conclusion, clearly Merlvib needs to say more nautical metaphors. And also these people should probably, like, not these people, the writers should probably write this group of people better. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward, and now we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. God. That probably would be the solution of at least some people. In a non-sarcastic way. Anyway, combat. We're fortunate that Leofine chose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Oxundu or even Ishgard. If this is the work of the Cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today one way or the other. So you found a griffin. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I'm honored. I only hope my gift will be satisfactory. Wow, the grass looks way better now. In this region. 'Tis a shame you'll not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yeah. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The Fury favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye, wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Hey, you have 2 swords. Enough! We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers, all at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We're bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Lozanique is by my side, that's the life I want. We'll take the cradle back together, or show her no quarter. I'll be your shield. We'll take it back together. S'crow will fight. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. Huh, no plan is without its wrinkles. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. Actually, I don't know if you have knives or 2 swords. Unbound, Leofine, the Unchivalrous. You can't think of a better title than Unchivalrous. Now, like, that's not directed at the writers. That's directed at Leofine because I feel like she's the kind of dork who would give herself that title. The Unchivalrous. Yeah, exactly. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you'll never wake. Also, they're knives, not swords. It's a funny title to me. I wonder if they're all gonna be like the something. Because they're the Unbound. That would make sense, actually. Give back the cradle or we'll take it back. All bluster as usual. Take it if you dare. Because they're the Unbound, so un makes sense as a theme. They could have like the unkind, the unforgiving, the unreasonable. Unstoppable, yeah. Unflappable. Untenable? Unbreakable. I don't think unjustice is like the same category of word. It's not an adjective. Also, I didn't know that was a word. The power of the Sundrop dance, apparently. Feelings tank? Discipline tank? Oh, like Paladin and Gunbreaker are discipline and yeah, okay. Warrior and Dark Knight feelings tank. I expect there's going to be a 5th tank soon-ish. Well, by soon I mean next. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Could Leothine. Blade Storm. And yeah, the DPS are split like that. That is true. They actually Endwalker also had separate quests for all 3 types of DPS. It was only Shadowbringer's role quests that didn't. But they haven't split healer and tank role quests yet. Oh. Phase 2. The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. I wish they like went beast mode, like the Arcadian. Instead, she's just glowing blue. Brace yourself against the power of the artifact. Okay, fine. I'm all right. What about Tentoala? Him sleep. You think this piece of wood is for protection? Such a cloying sentiment. Cursed insects, you lot, finish them off! Earn your freedom! What the heck does that mean? I haven't been reading all of the in-fight dialogue, but like you get the general idea, probably. Ah, we're doing this. I almost used my gap closer, which probably would have moved me just out of position enough had I attacked the enemy to the side there. On your feet, Tentoala, it's your duty as the Wide Eye! I owe you all my life. Thank you. No, sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? I'm far from finished. You'll not withstand this. Oop. Others are just tools to you. Is that your idea of freedom? Interesting. It's always fun when stuff lines up really well like that. They even give you an interrupt to do here. Like, the mechanics of these role quest fights are actually, like, something. I tried to stun by instinct instead, but they gave you an interrupt to do. That's fascinating. These are like actual fights, at least somewhat. Something interesting that I've noted about the role quests is that people have mentioned, like, among the people I know, I don't think anyone has done or knows anything about the healer one so far. So, like, it's a little tempting to just go straight to that one, but also I was planning to do Magic DPS next because I've heard that that one is very silly. You stubborn! You may have won today, but this is not over! And then the bird falls asleep and lands on her and she dies. No? Okay. Imagine if that happened, though. Yes, it is! Great comeback. S'crow, take a nap now. Damned fool! Now! Oh. Dropped it. No! Say goodnight, Leafine. Oh. I mean, I didn't expect her to fall off the island, but her griffin is saving her, I guess. Jeez, alright. Unless the griffin was like, well, I'm out, bye. I assume in the finale we'll have to fight all of them at once or something. Also, like, you know, like this artifact and this whole, like, puts people to sleep and all that. There's something funny about how Tantawawa's people figured it was benign, and yet it fires sleep as a beam. I think generally speaking, if something fires a beam, it's probably not safe or good. Like, artifact that puts you to sleep, maybe okay, maybe helps with your sleeping disorders. Artifact that puts you to sleep by firing a beam, maybe a little less okay. Seems a little bit suspicious if you ask me. I don't know. Maybe this is just a hunch I have about beams, and it doesn't really mean anything. Maybe beams are better than I think, but still. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her! Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Just the pose S'crow is asleep in. She take a nap. S'crow, wake up! Are you alright? Only she would smile at a time like this. Okay, the fact that the Warrior of Light is smiling is pretty good. Also, wait. There's an anomaly in this cutscene right now. Can you spot it? Can you see what's wrong with this image? And no, it's not the fact that like S'crow's resting on the ground but also floating up off of the ground very slightly. But like there's something off here that's an interesting thing. No, I think the flower is okay. The flower is like tweening a little bit or something, which is kind of funny. But also, yeah, her sword is on. She has sheathed her sword without it going into the sheathed mode. That's exactly what I was noticing. So there's a funny anomaly in this cutscene where your weapon is only sheathed, like, sort of. Also, like, I have enough trouble sleeping that I can imagine diving in front of a sleep ray and then, like, falling over smiling about it. Maybe S'crow also has insomnia, I don't know. Maybe she's having a nice dream. Also, this is a previously unmentioned power of the Sundrop Dance. She's awake! My sword is still activated. S'crow, your sword. Netherling looks hale as a warrior in their prime. Good, our wicked foes fled from Sundrop Dance, like twilight before dawn. Yes, yes. Yeah, they didn't change the writing of the Zundu at all. So it would seem. I do have the Sundrop Dance. They should retroactively patch in the ability for using the Sundrop Dance emote on someone to remove sleep. Similar to how you can use the console emote to remove, like, gremlins saying mean words to you, or whatever. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long, and judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap any of your trademark vigor. S'crow's trademark vigor. Where she uses the Vigor Up move from Super Mario RPG. Your work is done, S'crow. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine. And with the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. Yeah. That's honestly like one of the best, like, random dungeon mechanics. The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gaelicat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop Dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. S'crow joy emote. You just have to do the Allied Society quests, Tentowawa. The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handaloo is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Nod. Nod. Also, something small that I find interesting is that Tentoawa and Lozanique, forgot her name for a second, we're both using giant skull weapons. At least in terms of the model. I don't know if I notice them that often, but I guess the giant skull weapons are both distinct to me, and I played Endwalker recently enough that the fact that they actually came up in Endwalker somehow stuck in my memory a little bit. I can recognize occasional distinct models of, like, armor or weapons, probably because of the amount of time I spend on fashion in this game. At least that's probably part of why. Why am I in here? I will forget random plot details, but I will remember random armor models instead. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine posed is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. Cough. Not a single life was lost. Flashback 5 seconds ago to Leofine tumbling over the cliff in the sky. Granted, it's implied that the griffin caught her, but still. Also, I guess we don't really care about her because she's doing crimes and being evil. But, you know, like, whatever. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place. And ultimately my fault that your delegation to Oxundu turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zundu and the Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. Nod. That would be something. Also, I would be very concerned by that, considering that Halone doesn't exist anymore. Honestly, if some event in the story implied that the 12 had actually done something after they stopped existing, that would be a wild plot hook to me. Because of how much, like, they keep coming up, and I keep thinking every time, but they're gone now. I mean, we have the weird, like, God prayer reception orb. Or whatever that was. God prayer reception device, the GPRD. If you will. But if that thing actually, like, does stuff and, like, takes actions, I feel like I would be concerned by this. And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Leofine's schemes and the heroes who work to foil them. And in time, I hope that trust in our order will be restored. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know more about them too. That's probably also a fair assessment. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come. Relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. But you already have foundation in Ishgard. You already named a place that. S'crow being pedantic about semantics is probably a thing that happens. In a way that, like, misses the point. I almost feel like S'crow would genuinely bring that up in response to this without it being a joke. Like, form the foundation for Ishgard, and she'd be like, you already have one. I don't get it. I feel like there's a possibility that the way S'crow's brain is wired is distinct enough. Or, like, distinctly that, or something like that. Anyway. That was random rambling. But it's funny to think about. We'd be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call on us. We'll be there, no questions asked. Nod. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tuliyola on our way back, S'crow. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Jabal of Tea before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. Nod. So my initial impression of the Dawntrail role quests was that they're going to be, like, very goofy, and this one, like, leaned more towards the serious side, but still was, like, somewhat lighthearted. It's gonna be interesting to see... Sorry, I got distracted by the lighting of sunset in Ishgard. The lighting is the real winner of the graphics update. I will say this again. Also, see, as an example, the lighting of this Ethernet shard mingling with the lighting of the sun. But anyway, it's going to be interesting to see, like, the different range of, like, seriousness and comedy that these role quests have. If you mean you have words about, like, that sort of range in their role quests, I don't think you've seen all of them. As to my knowledge, I don't think you have, but that doesn't mean you can't have words on it. It just means that we don't know the full range of it yet. As for me, I do almost have access to all of them. I just have to get Viper to 100. You haven't seen the vault since the update? Well, hold on a second. I actually believe I have. We can go run through the vault real quick. Why the heck not? Let's relive our fond memories of the vault. I think after Magic DPS, I want to do Healer because I've heard nothing about it. As you might expect, the lighting is powerful in the vault. I forgot the lighting, like, changes when you're in the hall and stuff too. I don't even know if that was noticeable before, really. Oh, this reminds me that also, I guess we can... Floor textures probably look a bit better. Yeah, it's a weird sort of, like... It's a weird sort of orange. Like, it makes the whole place feel warmer, but at the same time, like, the place is sort of inherently cold. And it also feels a bit like an unnatural sort of warmth in a way. Like, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. Could you see the dust motes in the air before in the light? Is that new? Probably you could, but I never really stopped to notice that before. Yeah, warm, threatening. That's a pretty accurate description. It does have a bit of an Anne Orlando vibe. Which reminds me also that I think I mentioned during the Elden Ring DLC stream that I was considering, like, what if I did a New Game Plus with a funny build or something? An update to that idea. Also, I don't think I ever really noticed there were, like, candles over here. An update to that idea is I had the idea of having people vote on which funny build that I do, and the only context I give them is, like, the Dark Souls character name. But yeah, I was going to say also, just wait until we get to the second half of the vault. God, I don't know if I even noticed there were plants here before. There's a lot of details in the vault that I didn't even... Got, like, the plants and, like... Jeez. This room is really good. But, like, my idea for the Elden Ring thing, if I actually do that, is that you have to vote on my ridiculous character names, and you get no context for what any of them mean, other than the name itself. This is a really good shot of lighting here as well. As an example of one of the names I thought of, it was a Deathcap Gazella. I was going for, like, vaguely within the space of the character limit that I have to work with, which is like 15 or 16. I was going for, like, the most boss subtitle type things that I could. I don't know if that would really be something people would be interested in, but could be fun. There's a little bit of outdoors in the vault, but most of this is indoors. The outdoors are at the very end here. Yeah, this really is very Anne Orlando-ish. The way, like, the background is all faded or covered in mist. And here's where sickness must be purged. Still, like, not the highest resolution textures ever devised, but still. You know what? That makes sense.
Sickness must be purged. Filthy rats. Be gone with you. Other things that guy says, or the other ones say. Sloppy. Not that, though. They don't say that. Are there any other dungeons we should take a look at in Explorer mode? Wait, you can go over here? Isn't the dungeon's exits right? You can go back here? But why? I don't know why you're allowed to actually walk back here, but that's cool. If there are other dungeons we should look at with the graphics update, that might be a cool thing to do now and then. Since
I'm not... Whoop, I forgot about the duck sound. I'm not aiming to, like, rush through anything, so... The Academia one? Sure. We can go through that real quick. Probably not gonna do more like 2 at a time, but that's in Shadowbringers. Oh, wait. Is that's a Niter, I think. or Academia Uniter. And Anamnesis Uniter is the story one, if I remember correctly. No, I'm pretty sure that Academia is the optional one. Yep. The story one has you start, like, in a very different situation. Unless you meant the other one. I think I've only done this, like, twice ever. And I forgot about the music of it. Yeah, this was in the list before the story one, which makes sense in some way, because it was, like, available before it. Right, Metron. I never looked at this on stream. We decided it wasn't actually, like, relevant enough for me to cover it, I think. But the ocean is the soup of life, according to Metron. Metron down at the beach slurping up the salt water all the time. Probably shouldn't do that, Metron. I don't remember what the current state of Metron is. Oh, that's the antagonist of Eden. Right, okay. It's easy to not remember, like, who's who amongst all the names. For me, anyway. Oh. Dead. Yeah, I forgot which one Metron was. You know what? That's probably true. Oh, hey, it's Shiver's Boss Arena from Splatoon 3. Which definitely released before this game. Is Halmarud one of the ones we don't know the current status of? I think it is. I think they are, rather. Did you know that the original Halmarud?
Behold my power of shark foo.
True. An avid landscape gardener. Yeah, I think it's like Halmaru, Hashtaro. I guess I'm assuming a lot of the T's at the end of names are silent just by default. We might not actually know the current state of Anima, if I remember correctly. There might be a fourth one, or it might be those three, mostly. Was there a specific part of this dungeon that you were interested in seeing? I mean, it looks nice and all. There are lines on the floor. I just keep thinking about this now. Ah, do a dolphin. That was actually my exact line of reasoning that Sven was going to be Ultima, and I didn't see anyone else mention the outfit, but I mentioned the outfit on stream. So you might be talking about me specifically. But another thing people were speculating about Ultima for is because the symbol in the Arcadian, or a symbol in the Arcadian artwork, which is visible like on the building, I think, resembles part of Ultima's mask. Or it just resembles a mask in general, really. One of the Asian masks. Or a statue. Spontaneous creation occurring in the lands across the ocean are now a confirmed phenomenon. Right. That would be pretty funny if they did that, yeah. Like this here was probably relevant in Endwalker. It was relevant in Shadowbringers as well. This is about the blasphemies and all that. So was this the actual dungeon you were thinking of, like seeing what it looked like? Or were you thinking of the other one? Potentially? Oh. I didn't notice the Idol and Zodiac type statue over there. Before. This was where Quetzalcoatl was. Anyway. I'm glad you made it back to Tyrol, S'crow. I'd been in Ishgard for so long I'd almost forgotten what it's like to sweat, but I remember now, you can be sure. Let's complete the tank story. S'crow, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and apprised Brook Evu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliolo and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tentoawa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu showed that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard Handalu. The bond between Ishgard and Okzundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. Nod. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? She who bent her ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in her eyes. Thank you, S'crow. Gasp. For believing in us. For believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that's not the end, or I only protected you as you protected me. Even if your shield breaks, that's not the end. This is a line S'crow read in one of her books about knights at some point, I'm sure. You're right. It's our faith in our allies and their faith in us that gives us the courage to protect each other. Nod. Yeah, that's probably what it meant. I like how my vague ideas about S'crow's characterization mean that she's both very smart and has one brain cell at the same time. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust. We must take care to mend them properly. Nod. Or wait, not a nod, just leaning your head forward. We can do that and learn to look towards the future, hand in hand. Then we'll have to fight all 4 bosses of Phantasy Star Online. No, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. Sorry, I can't see the phrase towards the future without thinking of a specific PSO quest where you basically like go through the entirety of episode 1 really quickly. And that you have like mini versions of all the areas and then like all the boss fights. Because Towards the Future was commonly used as a quest to grind for experience points and such. So it's one that is ingrained in my brain. I'm glad that you like S'crow also, by the way. If we can do that and learn to look towards the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Nod. Me too. You and I can finally spend more time together. Right, of course. Adorable. If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, S'crow. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Nod. So, while I am going into wizard time in a second, no sleep till Tulio, of course. And what's my title for this, if I get one? No title for this. Okay. Wait. Huh, you get titles for the gathering and crafting ones, but not for the role quest ones. This was of countless treasures. Spoilers for the gathering quest line that you're near the end of, Aya. That's the title you get. That questline pulls a Final Fantasy Tactics A2 reference out of nowhere by introducing an important stone called the Azure Tear, which is an accessory in A2. Oh right, have you mentioned Ayato being Rava before, but then got corrected? That's fair. You mentioned to me the funny idea that Ayato herself got it mixed up, which I think is a very funny additional character trait in a character who I see mostly as a more serious person, but somehow she like mixed up what she is just by mistake in a way that's pretty funny. But anyway, while I'm here, I'm not going to do the healer thing yet, but I do want to say that my healer fashion is very good, in my opinion. This is the Vanguard Jacket of Healing. As you can see, it's very shiny and it glows in the dark. Unfortunately, I learned that I get very distressed if I don't play as a tank in Dawntrail content, because you die so much faster as a healer or DPS. And I just felt really bad about it. So I'm not likely to actually play as a healer most of the time. Like, I could practice and get better and stuff, but also I feel like it's not really worth it to subject myself to something that will very likely make me more upset. All that said, I still think this fashion's pretty good. I wish I could play as the healer more comfortably, because I think this fashion is good. Oh, this is also reminding me. While we're here, while I'm on healer for a second, let's go to a random place. There's a funny anomaly in the Sage animations that I noticed. In some ways, not unlike the anomaly of the sword that we saw recently. But the new Sage damage button Psyche. The new arbitrary push this every minute damage button. There's a weird oddity with it that you can only sort of see when you have the battle animations turned on. But if you have the battle animations off, you can see that there's like a few frames where the 4 new lists around you go away, and also that during the animation, an extra pair of 2 more new lists appears around the target, facing backwards. And I just like finding weird oddities and details like this. Also, it's funny to see S'crow doing this pose a little bit. She is so mad. If you, this is also particularly noticeable if you disable everything but yourself, also silly pose. Because then the target defaults to you, so you can see them like right here. They're below the other 4 and also facing the opposite direction. And I just think that's interesting. Anyway. I also did make a aiming fashion out of Vanguard gear. Which I don't like as much as the healer one, but it's still neat. The aiming top is described as a bolero. It comes with free headphones. I mean, I like it too. I just don't like it as much as the healer one. It also seems I've decided that this hairstyle, glasses, and flower combination is S'crow's iconic look at the moment. This might still be my favorite of the outfits that I've got. Like, this is just her default official outfit at this time, probably. Anyway, Summoner is my magic DPS that I have at 100. Oh, I have bracelets I can use. Technically, I have tank fashion as well, but I don't know if it's vacation vibes or just like S'crow's current vibes in general. Summoner. This is the Summoner artifact book, I believe. What if you had a book, right? And you put like a cover on the book? Uh-huh. And you put another one on the book, and then you put another one on the book. What if your book had 3 covers? Of varying size and material. It must be fascinating to try and design Summoner and Scholar weapons, because, like, book isn't, like... It can't be the easiest design space to, like, be in. Right? Anyway. That would be the kind of book S'crow would have, I think. Anyway. Next, magic DPS. So we talked to Suhei. Power forgotten. What could this mean? The only thing I know is that this is silly. Oh, hello. Did Brook Evu send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Nod. Thank the heavens, and judging by your accoutrements, you're learned in the arcane arts, yes? S'crow examines self emote at this point, probably. Does this outfit make S'crow look like she's learned in the arcane arts, or is it just the book specifically? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Alrighty then. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. Questioning Hentel? In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. You know, that's probably fair. Also, we're not technically in Eorzea right now, but, like, that's just semantics again. I guess. Perch of the Apex. I assume, based on the very little context that I have so far, so assuming is silly to do. But I guess, based on what we know so far, that it has some effect on beasts. Like, it repels them, or it's like, this is the location of the coolest beast, do not approach. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure. and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the perch of the apex became legend, then myth. Now none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust, then stole upon my husband, the treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. So we currently have a running theme of the villains, like, persuade people to let them take their cool artifact, I guess. Unconscious could be another name of one of the Unbound, or another title, but I doubt it. He is yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I would be forever grateful. Consider it done, or if there's a mystic artifact involved, count me in. Alrighty then, no problem. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Radzit Han. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Lominsa, with her trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. She agreed to stay in Radzit Han to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. Nod. But the sword and shield moveset includes magic. It's definitely, like, related to the arcane arts and so. Tepeke said she would spend time getting the lay of Radzit Han and speaking with its people. You'll know her by this distinctive sword and shield she carries. When you say distinctive sword and shield, it makes me imagine that the sword and shield, like, emit light for like a 500 mom radius. They're just like shooting beams of light into the sky at all times. How distinctive are we talking exactly? You know what, alright, that's pretty distinctive. I don't quite recognize these. But you are wearing the Bosnia coat of fending. Or the Bosnia... Not the Bosnia coat, the, Blades jacket of fending. I know that much. Alright, time for Idiot Cat Adventures, featuring S'crow and also another person who may or may not be an idiot cat. Idiot cat, parentheses positive. Oh, are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? S'crow, and you say my mother sent you? I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down through our forebears to go on. They speak of a Taral Vidral of an owl that once terrorized the forests, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. The tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origin. Even our village's eldest remembers naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. That's pretty ominous. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now onto the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to Radzit Han. Naturally, I've started my search here and have been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival, A self-styled savior of Radz-at-Han who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness and calls himself the Justicar. Justiciar? Is that pronounced differently from Justicar? Is that the same?
Justiciar.
Justiciar? Justicar is something else then. Derived from it. Justiciar. Gasp. He's apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beasts which infest Thavnair's wilds. He made a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. While he currently draws a crowd with his boasting, they only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I realize this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So, shall we go to see this Justiciar for ourselves? Alrighty then. It's decided. I hear Yedlimad would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. Actually, I'm getting the impression that the only idiot in this quest is going to be this Justiciar, mostly. I think I default to expecting most people to be goobers of some description in this game sometimes. You're looking for the Justiciar too? One of the soldiers just went after him. S'crow, we're in luck. The boy saw the very man we seek. It seems he gave the same grand speech about saving the people, claiming that danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the Radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot, so one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran towards the shroud, but you might be able to spot him from Kajaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks, you've been very helpful. So, S'crow, let's head there and see what we can see. Llama. I mean alpaca. I think it was brought up on this stream before how fog is maybe the weather condition that improved the most in the graphics update, and this is a good example of that right now. There's fog happening, and it looks nice. It's also way brighter over there, presumably because the sun is in that direction. Burden. I forgot about this monument over here. Now then, let us begin our search. Since I've never actually seen the Justiciar, I suggest we find the Radiant Host soldier first. They do all wear similar armor after all. What? Aha. We must search our surroundings. In the fog. You telling me I can't observe the monkey? I wish to observe the monkey. Footprints. Whose footprints are these? Footprints, but whose? There's no way to tell if they were left by the Radiant Host soldier or the Justiciar. It's probably not too in the way here, considering what's going on over here. Seems important. Whatever that is, it isn't moving anymore. Could it be one of the fiends the Justiciar is after? That must be him, but what happened? We'd better get down there quickly. Yeah, the fog wasn't actually a problem. It just seemed like it could have been. Not to worry, S'crow. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. What? Oh, what happened? Tepeke is very smiley. Like her eyes are really wide open and she's smiling a lot. It's in a very noticeable way. Very cheerful sword cat over here. We heard you came here in pursuit of the Justiciar. Do you remember anything? Yes, I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. Yeah, she is. Most Mikote are, I think. Probably. God, I'm never ready for male Alra run animation. I'm sure this is going to go well. At last, the Justiciar graces Razatan. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. That feels like the sort of voice I should be doing for this person for the entire time, probably. You are brave to follow in my path. Few indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. That's a great question. Also,
Clown.
I needed to press that button because you said the word. You know, I think it would be technically possible for me to have BikuBot detect anytime anyone said the word clown and respond by playing the clown sound effects. That would be, if people figured out that that was happening, it'd be very easy to, like, abuse it, though. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able. I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I would become a laughingstock. How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Razatan, yet I believe it pales before mine. Questioning head tilt? Oh, Apex, bestow upon me your divine might! Do you not heed my call? I require your power more than ever! Is something supposed to happen? Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there's a button I must press. I love the choice to make the Justiciar have a full face helmet to enhance their ridiculousness by making them, like, emote with their entire body. Or, in other words, they're a common rider, I guess. Yeah. This is not what I expected! Stand aside, I'll dispose of this pest. Just give me a moment, it cannot end like this! I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket, work! Transform me into the hero of Rotterdam! Wow. Okay. So we're off to a splendid start then. Hold on. I need to go to YouTube. I need to... There we go. That's the sound effect of that cutscene. It could be geomancy, that would actually kind of make sense. He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light, then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after another. That's when I must have been struck unconscious. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man mumbling, quite excitedly, as if he'd come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually answered. Then it's as I expected. This Justiciar is the self-same thief who stole the perch of the Apex. Nod. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First I'll escort this fellow back to Yedlamad to keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have dreadful after effects. I don't know why I expected Tepeke to be a goober. She seems to be extremely, like, rational and reasonable so far. The soldier made his way to Razet Han to make a formal report. And what an odd report it'll be. His account seemed to align with legends of the treasure's powers. The wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Could those falling rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justiciar? Nod. Yes, not long after you left. Gasp. He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiants? Well, whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose, or maybe he is, maybe he isn't? Well, whatever he did slay a monster. Technically. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justiciar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model, but we thank you for telling us what happened. Nod. Maybe the reason I expected her to be a goober is because the Mikote animations are just kind of a goober's animations in general. There's a goofiness to them. Well, there is one less fiend skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capabilities, and as far as we know, he's yet to use its power to evil ends. I find his motivations a mystery. To steal the perch of the Apex by force only to come here to Thavnair and use it for good? It makes no sense. You've heard tale of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tuliolo claiming to be their victims, yet here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? Questioning Hento? But that's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the Apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Until recently, it stood silent, a symbol of our pride as a people. It reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back, to restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. Nod. There's still so much we don't know about the Justiciar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. Alrighty, leave it to me. And now... Wait, there's a delivery Moogle right here? Weird. Right, and now I'm gonna do this. Which in turn means that I'm gonna flip a coin, I guess. Not too many people around, but... If I can't let that dissuade me in general, I can't let that dissuade me from also doing the funny coin flip. Or something. This. Congratulations. And condolences, as appropriate. This. And this is Final Fantasy XIV. It's back. A brand of justice. Ah, S'crow, I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justiciar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling his deeds become more valorous. The younger citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol. Gasp. Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radiant Host are far too busy to trouble themselves culling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justiciar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the Radiant Host shrink with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, it seems no few people have fallen for his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. And where better to start than Radzit Han? I'll see you there, S'crow. Nod. Clearly, the actual power of the owl statue is to, make people believe you when you say things that are wrong? I don't know. Given how large the city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justiciar has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I'd ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on the Justiciar's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Nod. Great! Now we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. Topeke continues to be very serious and competent. And, like, cheerfully so. Though I'm also voicing her cheerfully, so I'm biasing my own opinion. Right, you're here. I forgot. I'm tired of hearing about this Justiciar. His popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims that the Radiant Host are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked, you know how young minds are. Impressionable and difficult to change, once said. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We are at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. Also, I don't know what spear this is that you have, Preoccupied Radiant, but it's pretty neat. For now, I'm afraid this is all the help I can offer. Please share what I've told you with your companion, and together we may yet unmask the Justiciar. Are we gonna do like a Scooby-Doo unmasking of this person? If that's the Radiant Spear, that would make a lot of sense. I forgot that there were Radiant weapons, but there sure were. I was briefly lost on the map. It's heartening to know that the Radiant host are taking this seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, S'crow. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skills of one practiced in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. I've committed the locations of all sightings of the Justiciar to memory, and the closest to us was at the Perfumed Rise. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Nod. Tepeke is only growing more and more perhaps ridiculously competent as this continues. Just casually, I committed everything to memory. I'm expecting this to be a setup for some secret goober trait reveal for some reason. She's the Brandahild of Nashu. You're not wrong. The Justiciar was sighted near here, and I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I've sprinkled the powder over this one. I think I'm voicing her similar to how I voiced Nashu as well, actually, now that I think about it. That wasn't on purpose. Now concentrate your focus, or inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. S'crow starts poking the rock with her book. Or a carbuncle. Nod. S'crow just places carbuncle in the rock. Is this normal? Welcome to the void with a rock in it. I hope so too. Seems kind of unlikely, but it'd be cool. Think about the rock. Can S'crow always just do this? Is this normal? So, were you able to detect anything? It's a rock. Also, there's magic there. I knew you could do it! So because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy you detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell, is that right? The really happy face she made for a second. Why is Tepeke one of the most, emotive people that we've run into in the entirety of Dawntrail so far? She's just so dang smiley. And taking the story of the Radiant we rescued previously into account, we can conclude that the Justiciar uses the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. Nod. At least we now have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. The Radiant told us that even as the Justiciar stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. Possible. My father once said that the perch of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I'm focusing on the word wand here because there isn't a wand using job outside of like the one-handed black mage weapons that they stopped putting in the game. There's not a wand user. I don't think it's described as a wand for anybody. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? So, let's see. How does S'crow use a book? Channel ether, perform incantations, rely on sheer willpower. Team 750. Well, channeling ether is the accurate to S'crow version. We might be. I see. Even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. The Justiciar seems to lack any such expertise, so how did he tap into the treasure's power? I feel like Tepeke's response would have been exactly the same to all three of those choices. I suppose the perch of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation. When I spoke to the representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required, not that the relics should have much in common to begin with. You two, did you see an Ori girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Tyrol. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It's all that Justiciar's fault. The girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade, and ran out of Yedlimad before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justiciar, she could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at locations scattered all over Thavner. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justiciar's involved. We have to help. Nod. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justiciar's been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen. Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, S'crow. Tepeke is just making S'crow feel like she doesn't emote enough by comparison, I think, also. Sucrow's ears should be wiggling non-stop, in my opinion. Maybe. That might be tiring to do all the time, I don't know. Oh, I did have a thought that, if I ever needed an excuse to play through all of Final Fantasy XIV for a third time, well, like second and a half time, considering it wasn't all there the first time, or not all of this was there the first time, I could be like, what does it sound like if I have Japanese voice acting? S'crow would absolutely wiggle her ears like Dr. Wily wiggles his eyebrows. That's 100% true. Actually, is there voiceover for, like, what languages do they actually have voiceover in? Is that, like, an actual option somewhere? I don't actually know where that option would be. I assume Japanese and English, but I don't know about other languages. I don't see her anywhere. I hope she's safe. This is like a variant of the guard emote. Like, she doesn't have her hands on her hips, but she's doing the same head turn. It was in other settings. Doesn't look like there's much here. I wonder if this circle of purple smoke surrounded by enemies could be relevant. I should probably summon Carbuncle. Probably. Well, okay. That was immediate. Oh no, my mouse cursor. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I'm glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justiciar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village, and now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs it to kill the monsters, to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant Host know what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He's our hero. Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know that Justiciar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiants anymore. They'd be very upset to hear you say that, or no hero can save the world alone. Nobody can save the world alone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiants. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they care about us. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. You said the Justiciar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Nod. Well, I'd best escort her back to Yedlamad. I'll meet you there later, S'crow. Nod. Solar Bahamut is sure a design that exists, yeah? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about Solar Bahamut. Like, in terms of design, or game design, or why is there a Solar Bahamut, or anything, really? It's like, what if we had a Bahamut that was made of science and swords a little bit? What if summoners just invented, like, well, there was Lunar Bahamut, so, like, what if there was a Solar Bahamut made of swords? The collective unconsciousness of the summoner mains. Yeah, that like makes sense to me. I think. Some sort of demi-Heidelin. Solar Bahamut also does seem kind of like an Eden type situation. I think it's also interesting that, like, Solar Bahamut exists in tandem with regular Bahamut. And yeah, a lot of people were hoping for, like, a second set of Igai, like Shiva, Ramu, Leviathan. I think. Which would have been really cool. Not intended as an ice pun because ice was involved. It just would have been neat. I think that probably would have made more sense for, like, the flow of things, too. Because, like, I don't know too much about, like, how current summoner works, but, like, the fact that they just added a third, like, demi phase, wouldn't that mess with their rotation? Wouldn't they, like, get really offset from everyone else in the whole 2-minute structure over time? Because, like, they have a whole extra portion of the rotation. They're, like, they're not on the same schedule as everyone else anymore, I think. I mean, maybe it ultimately doesn't matter too much in the end, because, like, they still all do pretty good damage. But it's just, it's weird. I don't know how I feel about it. King Moggle Cure. Like, I don't think it would hurt to give Summoner an actual legitimate cure spell like how Red Mage gets for a cure. Because they have, like, an actual resurrection. Oh, it's still terrible, but it summons King Mogglemog? Okay. Maybe that's... It would be funny if they did that. But also, like, Vercure... Having another person with Vercure would be okay. Probably. The girl and her mother are reunited, and I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant host that all is well. Enkidu guy. I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me and harangued that poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. I really should have been scolding myself. Questioning Hentel? Ah, we found Tepeke's weakness, potentially. It's self-doubt. Maybe. S'crow, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justiciar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. Is this gonna be a recurring thing? Are they all, like, disguised as merchants? Wasn't the first person also disguised as a merchant? He was eager to ask about the Perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him. Not even considering what he might do with the information. Leofine was a scholar. Okay, fair. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress the stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I have no choice but to make amends for my mistake and bring it back. Yet some are convinced that the Justiciar acts only to serve the greater good. Couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. And the facts say that the Justiciar has done no harm to the people of Thavnair. I wouldn't say that's true. The Justiciar is damaging the reputation of the Radiant host. Actually, that's exactly the same plan that Leofine had with the knights. Now that I think about it. Very, very possibly a different motive, but same general idea. It's too early to say that they're establishing a pattern, because two things does not really make a pattern, but still. But, like, he is doing a thing. Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage of the Unbound, is Evil to its very core. If his actions at my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, S'crow? There are still too many unanswered questions, or even if he hasn't attacked anyone, his actions are stirring unrest. Yeah, this is what I was just saying again. He hasn't attacked anyone, but he is causing unrest. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism with great bluster. There's something we're missing. Thank you, S'crow, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective, so I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. Honestly, Tepeke, that's not the impression you're giving me, because you've seemed very, like, logical and rational, but not, like, to an extreme so far. You've seemed rational, maybe, like, extremely logical, not quite. By which I mean you're not forgoing emotion for logic only. So I'm saying that you're having some self-doubt more than anything. So it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you. What I'm trying to say is that that Tepeke doesn't come off as, like, too emotional or anything. Like, too driven by emotions. Not that I consider that to be a flaw anyway. She's even smiling in the picture here. Yeah, I'm realizing. S'crow, I hope you've been well. Since last we spoke, the Justiciar has been busy felling fiends all across Thabner, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. The stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hunts have all been of the seakin variety. Why he avoids beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery. You know, I've never really considered how the term flesh and blood wouldn't apply to, like, living plants. What would you say instead? Does a plant not have flesh? They don't really have blood, but, like, couldn't a plant still qualify as having flesh to some degree? Yeah, like, yeah. Flesh and, plant. Sap. I don't think all plants have sap, though, either. It bears mentioning that each of these eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justiciar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. In fact, the Justiciar has been there to save the day in every single instance of Seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. Yeah, like chlorophyll, that makes sense. So, what we know about the artifacts here is that it was used to, like, drive beasts out of a forest. So, it makes sense to me to guess that the artifacts is primarily about, like, controlling the environment or like plants and plant creatures. So it probably is geomancy, plus it extends to, like, plant-based monsters. So it's like a control. It's like geomancy, but also a little bit of Beastmaster, but only for plants. So, yeah, something like that. Some among the Radiant Host have suggested that the Justiciar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and I think this should be our next avenue of investigation. Nod. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start our search there. If we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we may be able to shed light upon the Justiciar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave at once. You know, she really is like the Brandahild of Nashu the more we go through this, because we are doing crime investigation, essentially. We are attempting to solve some sort of mystery. Like, more so than the previous artifact was related to. So I guess a Brandahild of Nashu would be named like Shuna. Or something. God, I can't even imagine what... Also, Shuna seems like a good name, first of all. But secondly, I can't even imagine, like, what the next Hildebrand content could even be like. We've mentioned before about how, like, expressions are visibly more powerful in Dawntrail. Well, no, I think... Does Nashu doubt her bomb-making abilities? Because if Nashu thinks she's good at making bombs, then a Brandahild of Nashu would think she's terrible at it. I think, by default. Because, like, Brandahild is very, like, modest and humble. Yeah, that's probably... It'd probably be like a really, like, normal looking... Instead of a cartoon bomb, it'd be like... photorealistic C4 explosives. Like, perfectly detailed and modeled and completely realistic. Any moving bushes? Slithering vines? Not here in any case. S'crow, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search east? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it, then capture it with this rope. We'll learn much more from a live specimen. Okay, S'crow, don't strike the living plant to kill with your giant summonable magic nuke dragon. Just weaken it. Use the blunt edge of your nuke like you're playing Fire Emblem Fates on the Norian route. God. One of the things I've learned, again, about Fire Emblem Fates by watching someone play through it is that, there are so many times when they're like, wow, Corden didn't kill anyone, even though you're using swords and knives and shurikens and fireballs all the time. And, like, they don't explain how this happened. It's just like, what? You didn't kill anyone with your fireballs and your sharp weapons? Cultivated Warble Seedling. Wait. Did that even... Yeah. Hold on, I'm looking at the battle log. Okay, I messed it up. I waited too long. But actually this is better for me. Because now I get to... Okay, you do attack me. I don't think... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. I don't think the... Wait. Oh, maybe you move really slow? I don't think I got hit a single time with the first seedling. It didn't even attempt to attack me at all. Maybe I just blew it up too quickly. Not even an Aurochs could break free from the knots binding this marble seedling. Like, I figured it would have attempted an auto attack, like, at least once, despite being obliterated. Wait. Why am I back at Solar Bahamut? I haven't used Phoenix, have I? Eh? What? Maybe there's just a reset feature of Summoner? Weird. I see plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Huh, perhaps my hunch was incorrect. Wait, there's a Solar Bahamut after every other phase? It goes Bahamut, Solar, Phoenix, Solar, Bahamut? That makes sense. That is how they addressed my concern of their rotation being displaced. Then. Because then every 2 minutes they'll be in Solar Bahamut. And they're only going to be altering between Bahamut and Phoenix in the off phase, as it were. Okay, that makes sense. It's still kind of weird, but it makes more sense than what I thought happened. Anyway, here's a funny plant. Look at this little guy. You found one! In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the Great Work, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. Okay, so there's two options here that I can imagine being true. One, this is... Okay, there's maybe like three options. One, the Justiciar is actually like cultivating Seedkin manually, and the artifact is not involved. Two, the artifact can control and influence some Seedkin, and or to some degree, like make children like you, because this is like a young Seedkin by the looks of things. So maybe he's just like influencing children, like a Pied Piper type situation. Like, evil Pied Piper? I think the Pied Piper might be evil anyway. Maybe I'm just thinking of the Magic the Gathering Piper with the rats. I don't know what I'm talking about, really. But, 3, the artifact conjured this, and it's made of ether and not, like, a real Seedkin. Friend to all children menacing, exactly. Pied Piper's not evil. Okay, so, like... There might be something similar to the Piper that I'm thinking of that's like... Oh, right, okay. So the Pied Piper is, tvtropes.org/disproportionate retribution aligned instead of just straight evil. Got it. But also pay your workers. I don't know if stealing all of their children is the correct thing to do in response to not being paid. But also, you should pay your workers. This alchemist and I spoke briefly the last time I was here. Give her the little seedkin you caught, and we'll see what she makes of it. Mistress Tepeke told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. Okay, he gives them back. He's probably like chaotic neutral or chaotic good then, if using Dungeons and Dragons alignments for no reason, despite all of the problems inherent in that system. Here is this tiny funny marble that you just put in your pocket. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so diminutive. If Mistress Tepeke's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store. I thought she was just gonna like shove it in the furnace that's right there. You've brought me quite the fascinating specimen. Indeed, I can say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size, yet it's the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creatures more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. Gasp. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the cost of procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most. So whoever's behind this, they're likely well-heeled. Not a phrase I've heard, but meaning is understandable through context. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involved small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justiciar must have accelerated their growth so he could deploy huge numbers over a short span of time. Ah, the Justiciar is playing the faction in the RTS that gets to spam cheap units and is hoping to Zerg rush Radzet Han. I get it. I also favor this strategy in an RTS environment. It's the way to play real-time strategy with the least thinking. And I love not thinking. In fact, his plan likely requires that they be small, weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, the great Justiciar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search. Nod. Perhaps you should return to Yedlimot. I hear that Justiciar is the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. Nod. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking that villain. The emphasis on unmasking him makes me wonder if this is her father in disguise somehow. Let's hurry to Yedlimon. The more accounts we have of the Justiciar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. Nod. Like, if we're unmasking a goofy villain, it has to be someone relevant to... Well, no, it doesn't have to be. It could be that meme of the Flash being possessed by, like, Lex Luthor or someone. I don't remember who had control of the Flash's body in that cartoon meme image. Well, I mean, not just a meme, it was actually part of an episode where they unmask the Flash and they're like, I have no idea who this is. I think it was some sort of body swapping episode. Multiple towns have gates or buildings or monuments built in honor of the many children who died because a Piper tricked them into being drowned. Okay, so if the Piper drowned the children, they didn't get returned. So that adds a bit of a wrinkle to the alignment calculation, I would say. I forgot Ilbert had a body double. Yeah, it is Lex Luthor, okay. Okay, in some stories he returns them. Rest assured, the Radiant Host are well aware of the Justiciar. Every day we receive more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. These encounters are never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along routes that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justiciar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or he keeps close company with a merchant who travels those obscure paths. Whatever the man's true motives may be, it's clear he has uncommon knowledge of the region and its wildlife. The question is, how exactly would he come to know such things? Well, I assume if we're establishing very clear patterns, he's probably an ex-Radiant Host person, or at least an ex-Radzet Han person. Oh, you're hungry to learn more of the Justiciar. He's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. The Radiant Host were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come to our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior at Razathan and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. He looked so gallant, standing over his fallen foe, waving at me with the sun at his back. It's possible part of this artifact is a charisma boost of some sort. Or like a charm effect. Maybe he's simply charming the rocks to fall from the sky. Eh? Don't tell me you've come chasing that half-baked savior. Half-blood is a very different set of words to use that my brain slipped into by accident somehow. Or rather, my tongue slipped into, I guess. My mouth slipped. I don't like that phrase either. Let's move on. The younglings might be taken in by his honeyed words, but anyone with experience can see he's nothing but a charlatan. And I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the justiciar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No, he ran off with nary a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. What kind of hero would abandon a person in need? My friend is lucky his wounds weren't worse, else he may have died there. I maintain the stance that speaking is occasionally difficult. Anyway. Who's this person? What face is... I guess that's just like a regular shocked expression. This dude is like an Ace Attorney character. This has like Ace Attorney witness vibes. Like he's even doing like this would be a shocked emote that you would do in Ace Attorney as a witness. And yeah, I'm okay. I don't mean that I'm like severely distressed by speaking being difficult. It just is. S'crow, do you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemists in the Great Work. I thought he might know something about the Justiciar, but when I asked, he's been like this ever since.
Fun fact about the real-like city Hamelin, which the Pied Piper is from, the city maintains an online shop with rat-themed merchandise as well as offering an officially licensed Hamelin edition of the popular board game Monopoly, which depicts the legendary Piper on the cover.
That's pretty good. It's also... I feel like a Pied Piper edition of Monopoly is like accidentally making some kind of political statement, but I can't put my finger on exactly what that statement is. It just feels like when you combine the concept of the Pied Piper with the concept of monopolies and capitalism, you're making some kind of remark. Probably about capitalism bad, but also it's a licensed, like, version of Monopoly, which originally was about capitalism bad, if I remember correctly, but it has since become not that as much. I don't know. There's a lot to untangle in that fun fact if you think about it too much. Apologies. I was just surprised you would ask me about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me? Oh, so you're him then. Got it. I understand. You're an Ace Attorney witness, which means you're also the criminal. The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and we think he may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I've never spoken to that man. Objection! S'crow needs to have an Ace Attorney outfit now just for this cutscene. Herb Grover. Yeah. I very much doubt that. Perhaps he'll be more receptive to questioning from you, S'crow. Nod. S'crow draws her book. Seems to have intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him, I wonder? Or spit it out, you're working with him! See, I think the fact that I've chosen Summoner for this makes any threats S'crow makes inherently funnier, because she's probably, like, putting the book to his head like a gun. Or something. And it's still just a book. Well, he seems to have a lot of knowledge about trade routes and alchemy. Wonder if, like, some sort of alchemy merchant could have taught him about this. Come now, any merchant with a nose for profit has good relations with the alchemists. By your way of thinking, any one of us could be in league with Verazon. Verazon, you said. Who is that, may I ask? What? Did I? No, that's my name. Yes, I know that you're him. I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son Verazon is the one you know as the Justiciar. Oh. Not quite, but still. To be suddenly confronted with his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure. Gasp. You're his father? Do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge? Aye, he stole them from me. My most valuable materials and my precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences. What can you tell us about him as a person? Verazon was obsessed with tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. Ah. So, like, what if S'crow was evil and used a bow instead? What if S'crow sucked, actually? Because S'crow also has that backstory element. Not the great deal of money part. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. I don't care if I'm a cat or not. Most evil sentence. Indeed, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions rather than honing what skill he had. It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he would brook no counsel. So several years ago, I gave him enough coin to support his lavish lifestyle and told him never to speak with me again. He didn't. Until but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more. And that was when he stole your goods? Nod. Aye, although I would have willingly given them if he had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justiciar had caught the eye of someone named Abyahi, leader of the Passage of the Unbound, whoever they are. He claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies he'd obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before and shall come after, as he put it. Seems he gives what money he still has to these people. Okay, so this guy sucks, and they wanted him for his money. They like recruited him to take all the money from this chump. Then. The one with the credit card? I didn't know that was like an aspect of Theater Kid, but yes. To think that for all his fanciful words, he's only deigned to grasp at hollow glory all at the expense of Radz-at-Han. There's no greater shame as a father. Given what we know of this shadowy group, they most likely aim to sow discontent through Verazon's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling his strings. Probably doesn't even know that he has strings attached. It was saying that he's being used? If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son. Indeed, I suggest you tell the Radiant Host at once. Of course, we'll be pouring our every effort into stopping him. Thank you for giving me direction. I didn't imagine our meeting would end this way. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Verazon. I basked in my father's reflected glory while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Verazon seeks is similarly false. Yeah, but you're not doing, like, you're not really... Tepeke, you're equating, like, excitedly telling somebody about how cool your dad is to, whatever the heck this idiot's doing. I too shall visit the Radiant Host and have them spread word of the Justiciar's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, then they'll be far more likely to aid us. You'll soon learn that a legend built on lies is no match for true heroism. Floundering fame. Well. Greetings, S'crow. Verazon's father has been as good as his word and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whoever will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justiciar's praises. The tide is turning in our favor at last, and the Radiant Host are making ready to tighten the net. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They've been examining the stones left behind by the Justiciar and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rock commonly found near the site of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, the Justiciar seems to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. I have my own theories about what this means, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, S'crow. The rocks weren't summoned but moved, or it's safe to say the artifact doesn't create rocks from nothing. I don't know if we can assume either of these things, but... maybe the rocks were just moved and not summoned. Indeed, the perch of the apex likely lifts whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to earth. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. So, the funny owl statue picks up rocks and drops them on things, like maybe some kind of bird probably does. And that's it? Honestly, if this, like, mysterious artifact only does that, that's pretty funny. But despite these favorable developments, the Justiciar's popularity remains a problem. Even with the recent blow to his credibility, his most ardent followers still idolize him. Some Pokemon birds do that. Bombardier in the most recent one is like that, kinda. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youth of Razet-Han though their contents are a closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get to Razet-Han, if I question people around the marketplace, could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. A Roman philosopher prophesied to be killed by a turtle, and that happened when a bird dropped one on him? That's incredible if true. After we've collected enough information, let's meet to share our findings. See you again in Razet-Han, S'crow. I tried to teleport from the Aetheryte for some reason. It's funny how the Justiciar is immediately like, oh no!
In 458 BC,
Hold on.
Aeschylus returned to Sicily for the last time, visiting the city of Dela, where he died in 456 or 455 BC. Valerius Maximus wrote that he was killed outside the city by a tortoise dropped by an eagle which had mistaken his head for a rock suitable for shattering the shell, and killed him.
That's... Huh. Clearly Valerius Maximus was actually a comedian, but... I don't know. Valerius Maximus, also known as Hilarious Maximus. Such a dumb joke. Anyway. Oh, that's a side quest. Never mind. What am I doing? The Justiciar gave me that invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Uh-huh. You believe in the Justiciar too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read the whole letter before it was stolen, but he's gathering his most devoted for a special audience. The bastard who stole my invitation is clearly up to no good. He even muttered something about getting revenge. Who could hate someone so noble? I don't know if I ever noticed Funny Bird take a drink over here. Yeah, I know about the letters. Me and my friends didn't get one, though. The grown-ups get angry if we talk about the Justiciar. Maximus was very bad at writing, making everything too poetic for no reason and obscuring the information. Man, I took Latin and I don't know enough enough about Roman history to know why Pliny the Elder is the most wrong man on Earth either. But guess what? I heard Zashal talking about him over by Merid's Mayan. He had a big grin on his face, too. Does that mean the Justiciar isn't a bad man like the grown-ups say? Oh. Is that the most wrong thing that Pliny has said? Or did Pliny say all sorts of other wrong things? How do I get this? Hold on. Hold on, I found a jumping puzzle. No! Are we sure that Pliny the Elder wasn't a comedian? Are we sure that, like, Pliny the Elder wasn't the Mitch Hedberg of Rome? Saying weird one-liners all the time. God, yeah, I mean, I also started, like, as soon as I said the phrase, the Mitch Hedberg of Rome, I think my brain stopped working a little bit. Like, I had to reboot my brain slightly after my own words. God. Oh, you're the one that's always following the Tepeke around. I heard she's spreading rumors about the city's savior. I won't let her harm his reputation any more than she already has, so I have nothing to say to her, lapdog. The most useful clue points to the merchant Zashal having some connection to Verzan. He was last seen near Merid's Mayan. Alright, surly youth. I found an angry teen. I'm going to be thinking about how I said, are we sure Pliny the Elder wasn't the Mitch Hedberg of Rome? For like the rest of the day. I have to look up what Pliny the Elder was, what other things Pliny the Elder said. Like, doesn't The name Pliny the Elder even sounds like it could be a comedy bit, at least like these days. Alright, so are you just... Is just Shal just the Justiciar? Ha! It's true what they say. A fool and his gill are soon parted. And what do you mean by that? Huh? Why, if it isn't one of the heroes of the final days! This isn't about that map I sold to your companion, is it? Oh. I forgot that was you. You'll find it points the way to the vaults of Alzadal III, exactly as described. I may have employed a few creative methods to entice my customers, but what merchant doesn't? I'm not here about the map. Oh, you're not? Oh, but of course, why would you be? Well, what can I do for one of our vaunted heroes? You're after the Justiciar. Your choice of quarry is unusual, to say the least. But perhaps I can help you along, eh? A young man came asking for a map to open the way to Uznair. I sold him every map I had, assuring him that the one he needed was among them. God, like, that... How do you fall for that? What is this, like, map loot box nonsense, Zashal? Oh, he didn't say anything right about nature sciences, but was right about other things. I see. Clearly, that's part of the comedy act. Uznair sounds familiar. Yeah, I was thinking that's a treasure dungeon. I'm glad I remembered that, like, somehow. I suppose he found it, as I hear these letters that were handed out contain a copy of the map. I dare say that young fellow was the Justiciar himself. And he's planning a clandestine meeting in the Uznair canals. Mind you, it appears he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere. Questioning Hintel? Thankfully, Radzadhan isn't known for large-scale criminal organizations, but that hasn't kept the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands when times are desperate. From what I hear, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into the Justiciar during his fiend-felling exploits, causing their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to infiltrate his group of followers and settle the score. Huh. And that's where my knowledge of the matter ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that the spot marked on the copied maps is somewhere in the Shroud of the Sangha. So does that answer your queries? Nod. Surprisingly helpful. The location is somewhere in the Shroud of the Sangha. I can't remember much beyond that, so perhaps you could stop bothering me now? I mentioned earlier S'crow holding a book to someone's head like a gun, but maybe it's funny to imagine S'crow holding Carbuncle to someone's head like a gun, actually. Just like pressing a carbuncle? That's when a carbuncle needs a bath, but a carbuncle against someone's, like, the side of someone's face. It just makes a squeaky sound effect upon being smooshed into someone's face. Carbuncle. Carbuncle. That's pretty good. Those in support of the Justiciar didn't seem surprised when I told them of his misdeeds, but still they were reluctant to betray him. Short, I've had no luck. What about you, S'crow? Your investigative abilities never cease to amaze me. As for this gathering Virzan is planning, I expected some scheme to prop up his flagging popularity. Even so, many of his devotees are younglings ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If they have any sense, rather than attempt to travel there directly, they'll stop at settlements along the way to rest and confirm the route. You said the map led into the Shroud of the Sangha, yes? That means Palakistan is the closest settlement. I hear many took refuge there during the final days, and it's now a bustling town in its own right. The arrival of more people would hardly raise eyebrows, making it the perfect place to avoid unwanted attention while they make ready. We should head there before they leave on the final leg of their journey.
Random Pliny fact, he said certain types of eagles hunted by rolling around in dirt, landing on the horns of deer, then throwing the dirt into their eyes with their wings till the creature fell over dead.
Where did he get these ideas? I think the next Pokemon game should make a series of Pokemon based on how Pliny the Elder thought nature worked. Either that, or there should be a Mega Man X fan game with Mavericks based on how Pliny the Elder thought nature worked. Dirt Eagle, for example. I was right, S'crow. Many of the youths are carrying pieces of parchment. Those must be the letters. Yet it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspected followers clearly avoid me whenever I try to approach them. So we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Palakistan while there's risk I might follow after. I'll keep watch over their comings and goings, but I'll make sure to leave obvious blind spots. If one of the Justiciar's followers attempts to escape the village, I need you to go after them. Now find a vantage point that affords a good view while keeping you hidden. Once you've started pursuing your unwitting target, I won't be far behind. What are you doing? If they find out we're working together, this will all be for nothing. Watch from a hidden vantage point and follow anyone you see trying to leave Palakistan quietly. Rare instance of NPC going, why are you talking to me a second time? Stop it. But also, she continues to be ridiculously competent. And, like, good at planning. She's pretending to be a Metal Gear Solid guard. She's going to go, whose footprints are these, in a second? Follow the young men from a safe distance. Summoner, master of stealth. Wait. Where is this person? What? Where are they? I've already failed because I didn't even see them leave. I'm just gonna wait here. I don't... Huh? I know I failed my objective. I didn't see him leave. I did not see the person at all. Oh, they're there. Wait. This is a stealth quest in an area where I have flight? How does... Okay. Not a good idea to use the flight. Alpacas are masters of stealth, just like summoners. Pliny started that one, huh? Elephants hating mice. The portal should be nearby, and then I'll finally meet him. Howdy. What? You're the hero who saved us in the final days. What are you doing here? So you're working alongside that woman I saw at the village? I've heard about the rumors she's spreading, but I had no idea she'd enlisted your aid. Justiciar saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who was too miserly to even hire a proper escort. A ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared from nowhere and saw off the beast. I owe him my life. That's why I came here. To see if there's any truth to the rumors. But now I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have the map. I trust you to take the measure of the Justiciar and to share the truth with us all. Nod. Everybody trusts S'crow. Apologies for watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. I was able to hear what he said, though, and his gratitude towards the Justiciar seemed genuine. I dare say the other followers feel similarly. Well, now that we have a map of our own, let's open the portal and confront Verazon. Oh, we're literally using it like a treasure map. That's funny. Nod.
One last Pliny fact, he wrote of the octopus, no animal is more savage in causing the death of a man in the water.
Vimo. Menacingly. Things don't seem to be going well here. And there's also a boulder. What a sight! Did the treasure cost this? Oh my! If it isn't the hero who saved Razat-Han, nay, the world itself! I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I'm honored nonetheless. I'm here 'cause you suck, actually. Enough of your games, Verazon. Stop this madness at once. After giving you such a warm welcome, these are the thanks I get? While 'tis true that I was once known by that name, 'twas merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. So long as I am the masked hero of Razat-Han, I shall not suffer any to call me Verazon. But that is your name, isn't it? People can change their names, but heroes should take pride in their name. The game is up. We've exposed your true identity. Why don't you drop the act and try being a true hero? Look, people are allowed to change their name. But also, like, why don't you try being a true hero instead? A true hero, you say? Indeed. Perhaps casting aside this mask is the price I must pay for the adoration I am due. It's not really what I meant, but, like, okay. Very well, my name shall ring throughout Razat-Han. Let it be known that the Justiciar is Verazon, and Verazon is the Justiciar. Also, yeah, how do you have hair that bright? Are you from Solution 9 or something? What are you saying? You unleashed the perch of the apex upon your own followers? You know its name? Wait, I remember you, the girl from Jacques Tirole, yes? I will speak like this anyway, even though my mask is gone. Your village's artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions, and it brought sorrow into my enemies. The true of heart caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate. But they believed in you, even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you? I'm gonna hit you with his book. You too would oppose me. I thought that as fellow saviors we might find some common ground, yet it would seem we are destined to walk different paths. Now, faced with an unknown peril, a great fervor rages within me. Smirk. Oh no, a boulder. However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We will meet again soon, you have my word. Alright then. Boulder. Small. Ah, shut up! Ah! That's really, really funny. Still gone. Oh wait, unless he's fell over.
To the stars. At the break of dawn. Feast, my emerald tablet. DP on wake up.
Destroy!
I wish, yeah. The only role quest that ends early. So can you tell us what happened here? Nod. He gathered us all around and made a grand speech. Claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Thavnair. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputation, so that the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact. As for us two, we were here to teach him a lesson, biding our time until his back was turned. But we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. He acts like he's a god come to grace Thavnair, but most people have grown wise to his tricks, including the Radiant Host. We stepped forward and told him as much, and demanded that he admit he's been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. That's when he started waving that thing about. We soon learned that the rumors of its power were true, and rocks started falling down around us. Even us true believers were not spared. There was nowhere to run. The Justiciar said such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable. All the while he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but that just made him angrier. He flourished the object again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible. Stones big and small raining down endlessly until you two appeared, that is. Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could have arrived sooner. Now, just to set things straight, it was you two that brandished your weapons first, yes? Well, I won't deny that, but we were only trying to bring the truth of his misdeeds to light. Though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that. Before I left Palika's stand, I asked the Radiant Host there to look out for anyone returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you just told us, and as for the pair of you, don't even think about running away or you'll have us to deal with. Smile. Smile parentheses very anime. I feel like Tepeke is one of the most could be a protagonist of her own story NPCs that I've encountered. Maybe that's because, like, the Dawntrail role quests, and this is making me chase Carbuncle in a circle. Maybe it's just because the Dawntrail role quests feel more like we're taking a secondary role similar to, like, with Wuk Lamat in the main story, Which might also be the case in other role quests, but it feels more pronounced here. But like, what are we gonna be doing in the final role quest when all of these like protagonists are together? Also, Carbuncle is glowing a lot more in the graphics now because of the lighting. Everyone has returned to the care of the Radiant Host. As for those ruffians who meant to attack Verizon, it seems they had a history of violence for which they may soon answer. God, that would be really good. I mean, either reason would be good. If she was still asleep because of the narwhal, that would be kind of funny too. But maybe she is just Evie, I don't know. Several among Verizon's followers were dealt serious wounds, but we can be grateful that none lost their lives. It's exactly as the old saying describes. The master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. The part about sorrow certainly seems true, at least. We can but hope that Verizon's spell over the people will be broken at last when word of what transpired here becomes common knowledge. Let that buoy our spirits as we return to Yedlamad. I keep thinking I'm saying Yedlamad wrong, because I keep having trouble distinguishing where the I and the L are in it. But I am pretty sure it's Yedlamad. At least that's how it's spelled. It could be pronounced in entirely different ways. I can't wait until they reveal that all the naming conventions in Mericidia are Welsh, and I just get like completely demolished immediately when they make the Mericidia expansion. I'm gonna call that shot right now, actually, just because it would be the maximum funny for like me failing to pronounce anything. Because Welsh is not pronounced anything like how it's spelled in like English. And that's like the one thing I know about it. I'm pretty sure Welsh is the language I'm thinking of there. Wasn't there a Ciaban somewhere already? That's probably not pronounced like Ciaban. Well, that was certainly an ordeal. Although Virazon got away, we can look back upon what transpired to plan our next course of action. Ah, Siobhan. Yeah, that does get across the idea of it not being easily pronounceable to someone who is only an English speaker, really. It appears that the treasure takes rocks from the surrounding environment and makes them rain down upon the wielder's surroundings. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Virazon himself wasn't struck, the boulders assailed friend and foe alike. I can't wait for one of the artifacts to have a 50% chance of targeting your entire team or the enemy's entire team with Doom. I can't wait for one of the artifacts to just be like a gadgeteer weapon from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance or A2, is what I'm saying. I may also be thinking about that because of the aforementioned like Azure tier being a A2 reference. Something else has been nagging at me as well. The stones we saw in the canal seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but I'll give it some thought. I assume that the more power you channel into the artifact, the larger the boulders are. Or like the heavier boulders it can move, or... We still don't know exactly how he controls the Apex's abilities either. We must focus on these mysteries as we continue our investigation. As for Virazon himself, he was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism is an empty charade, like a child playing at being a hero from their storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to gain the love of the people, yet he cares nothing for their well-being. He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. None will sing his praises after word of what happened at Uznair spreads. Even he must know this. I worry that his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. If the treasure is used with reckless abandon, it could cause untold harm. I must discuss this with the Radiant Host. Together we might be able to capture Virazon before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, S'crow. I'll be in touch the moment I have something to share. Nod. I feel like at the pace that these are going, it's possible I could do 2 role quests next time if I'm feeling okay. I'm probably not gonna like continue into a 3rd after this. But I think it'd be reasonable to do 2 more role quest lines on the next stream. Although that would then in turn leave only 1 remaining for the stream after that. And I don't really have anything else to do right now other than them, so they would be like a really short one, I guess. Somewhere. God, that was only 96, right? I forgot. I thought that was just the 98 one. It seems Virazon's been laying low since our last encounter. I'm sad to say, however, that my investigations have uncovered little. But there's still cause to celebrate, for I've received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father's finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Virazon. He's well enough to travel to Tuliolo, in fact, and may have already arrived. Gasp. Of course, I'd love nothing more than to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the perch of the apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to depart with the Radiant Host to try and sniff out Virazon's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I ask that you go in my stead. As the treasure's guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him all that's transpired since we began our search, he may be able to point out something we've missed. I know it's a lot to ask, S'crow, but the safety of Thavner depends on it, and please give my family my regards. My mother should be able to tell you where in Tuliolo my father is staying. Once you've finished, let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza in Razathan to share what we've learned. Alrighty. Right, Suhi is her mother. So we're setting there's another pattern sort of like the quest giver being relevant. More. At least at some point. There's a fun fact about this particular quest in this chain. Oh, if it isn't S'crow, but I don't see Tepeke with you. Did you come alone? I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely and that Tepeke seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father Netse has already arrived here in Tuliolo, but has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Tepeke from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to the Parionan Plain in search of information he assured me was quite vital. If you wish to speak with him, he'll doubtless be in the area. I am to remind him that he needs his rest. Huh? You mean not mad about being told to go here? I guess this is... Yeah. Is that the fun fact? Hey. That is kind of unusual, because I was under the impression that... Yeah, I was under the impression that these role quests were focused primarily on older areas. Huh. That's a enemy that's not in Dawntrail anywhere else, and is also Owl. That seems potentially pretty relevant. I mostly know this owl model for putting me to sleep in the Palace of the Dead.
Extremely ominously, hoot.
The way she said hoot is kind of funny. Thank you, traveler. I overextended myself. I but recently recovered from a severe injury, and was a fool to confront such a beast alone. So you're the S'crow I've heard so much about. I owe you many thanks for all you've done to recover the perch of the Apex. News of your progress in Thabner is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, I never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving in Tuliolo, I've done what I can to shed light upon the Tural Vidral sealed within the treasure. After the nations of Tural were unified, some left our village to build new homes in the city. I've sought them out to see if they knew anything of use. Unfortunately, none could offer insight into the treasure's magics, but one of them told me that owls lurked around this place. And since the Tural Vidral sealed within the perch of the Apex was once an owl, it seemed logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean something about the ancient beast from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remain the same even after transformation. But having heard your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt the Tural Vidral gained this power following its metamorphosis. So... This is a... So a bird turned into like a super powerful bird and gained the ability to throw rock in doing so. Yeah. I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. That one you fought didn't strike unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with fear in its eyes. While this is normal behavior for most animals, I was surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. It sensed danger and attacked preemptively, or maybe owls prefer to fight rather than run. It sensed danger and attacked preemptively. I had the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it. And this same impulse may have driven the Tural Vidral. Indeed, that correlates with something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Tuliolo. He spoke of a continuation to the tales passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fell the Apex. It was struck down in a storm of its own wrath, made wild by a heart of right. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. And according to the story, this power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Okay, so the wild laughter of the Justiciar was like nervous, panicking laughter. I get it. Verazon. Right, that's the name. Of course, this theory must be tested first. Verazon will certainly use the perch of the Apex again. When he does, I ask that you and Tepeke pay special attention to the circumstances leading to its activation. Nod. You have my thanks. Loath though I am to admit it, I've yet to recover from my long convalescence, and would only be a burden to you. I wish I could aid my daughter another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please lend her every bit of knowledge you have, S'crow. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. Every other NPC in this expansion has hair highlights? Maybe. I mean, S'crow does. She's not an NPC, but... Also, they're, like, relatively faint. But maybe. I like how this trio of characters is just like a good, loving family. A good, loving family. I appreciate that for some reason. I mean, it's good to see it. S'crow, you came just in time. Berazon has shown his face in Razathan. You can tell me about your journey to Tuliolo later. For now, come with me. Is he gonna be outside the other treasure dungeon? I think that's actually where this is. He loves those treasure dungeons. Yeah, he is, actually. Ha ha ha! Are you surprised? Thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I've decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once the Justiciar, but now you may call me Virazon. I am Thabner's protector, its savior, its hero. You may have heard salacious rumors that I've orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back. That I was behind the catastrophe at the Uznair canals. I'm here to assure you that those are false aspersions all, cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more still if I could. What should we do? It might be best to lock him up before this gets out of hand. Wait, we don't want him raining down rocks with all these bystanders around. But now keep a careful eye on him. All I ask is for your respect, your adoration, a dream held by all, but realized only by the few. And I would be one of those few. I've proven myself worthy of being your savior, and now with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all the better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as the king of Razathan. This is like the worst idea that anyone has ever had. Maybe not anyone ever, but like this is the worst. This is one of the worst ideas that anyone has had in Dawntrail. Probably. The bastard's gone mad. Yeah. I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you'd never again have cause to fear. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout it to the heavens. And from that love would spring a new Razathan, a greater Razathan. Enough of your lies, Virazon. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices, yet so long as your ruler lives, Razathan shall know naught but prosperity. You think you're better than Master Vritra? He bore this city and its people on his back, while you look fit to collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader, you're a damned joke. Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who'd follow me into a brighter future? Ah, but I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield. Stop this, Verazon. You're only making it worse for yourself. Can't you see you've become a laughingstock? Give up this facade and answer for your sins. Do so now, and the Radiant Host may yet grant you mercy. My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst, I dare you. It will only make me more powerful. I know not what is in your heart, but please end this madness. End it and return to me, my son. I'm pretty sure his dad's about to get killed. Don't get any closer! You two? Where are you? Okay, not killed. What? Don't! If we fight here, there's no telling how many innocents will be wounded. Pathetic as ever. I tire of this farce. I've declared my intent to become king of Radz-at-Han. As for you two, this is no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words, and then we shall decide who is the mightier. We can't risk a confrontation in the city, or we must focus on restoring order. Both of these are true. We can't fight him in the city. Nod. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Verazon walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his power. For now, we must bide our time. This is like the one time when Tepeke has almost acted irrationally due to emotion, like she claimed that she was always doing. And even then, I wouldn't have blamed her for it. I noticed that despite all his proclaimed love for its people, he didn't even look back at them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look them in the eyes, or one of them at least. I think she's too critical of herself. This guy's still an Ace Attorney witness. We had to load all of the boulders away. I just had a thought. We should speak with Verazon's father, S'crow. Oh right, unrelated NPCs interested in the treasure vault. That was a disaster. Verazon is truly lost. At the very least, he's committed himself to fomenting unrest within Radz-at-Han. And although he's my son, I cannot condone his actions. His words are grand but empty, and that ridiculous armor is nothing more than gaudy decoration. He truly is the embodiment of false heroism. Verazon's father taking a strong stance against the slipstream armor for glamour. What's more, this latest debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of the Radiant Host. All I can do now is beg them to grant my son some small degree of clemency. I'd cast clemency on him, but he's not an allied character, so, you know. I'm gonna cast sword on him instead. Before you go, may I ask you something? About after Verazon called down the rocks, did you see his expression? I thought it peculiar, but I'm curious as to what his father saw in that face. Aye, it was a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he'd get that same cast in his eyes. A look of petulant rage, as if he resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies, but I must go. Just as I thought, even clad in his shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. And now his childish games have taken a malevolent turn. But for now, we should return to Yedlamad. I still have yet to hear what you learned in Tuliolol, after all. Nod. Who is this other person in this image supposed to be anyway? I don't think it's anyone we know. Now that we have some room to breathe, I'd like to hear about your journey to Tyrol. Did my father have anything interesting to share? I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such. I wish he'd take more care. Thank you for saving him and bringing me his theory concerning the treasure. If it really is triggered by a sense of impending danger, that might explain why Verazon had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield the Apex's powers despite having no training in magics. It responds to emotion, not intent. So much is falling into place. He goaded the Radiants into apprehending him because he knew the threat would be answered. You saw how nonchalantly he quit that plaza, almost as if defying someone to stop him. Verazon truly believes himself to be untouchable. I think his words and deeds align with the theory well enough. As for that curious fragment of a story... Questioning head tilt? It seemed to imply that the Tyrol Vidral lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength grows into proportion to the danger it senses, and when that danger is too great, well... You saw what happened at the Uznair Canals and at Radzit Han. You were present both times, as were others who wished Verazon ill. And both times we saw stones much larger than we'd seen before. Now I understand why he's so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Verazon's very core, and that fear will summon a power greater than any he's ever known. Power enough to bring a hero to her knees. Or so he thinks, but we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage, and bring him crashing down to the earth. Although we may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, in a straight fight he'll be outmatched. So we strike fast and we strike hard until that fancy armor is nothing more than mangled steel. Although you may prefer to put your foes to sleep and whatnot, we know he has an arsenal of alchemical concoctions at his disposal. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. While you unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be your shield. Don't even think of holding back. Nod. I mean determined. Which is like a nod, but without nodding. I look forward to fighting by your side. Now we simply have to find a suitable arena. I shall consult the Radiant Host as to the location. Once that's decided, we'll confront Verazon for the final time. Nod. The throwaway line of, I know you like putting your foes to sleep or whatever, is funny because sleep is so rarely useful. Heroes and Pretenders. Good quest name. You'll be pleased to know the Radiant Hosts were most helpful in finding a place fit for a duel. When I saw it, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Speaking of which, it seems your name is on the lips of all and sundry. The people already consider you the true savior of Radzit Han and believe you'll bring Verazon the Deceitful to justice. We apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. Sleep is more useful in Dawntrail dungeons? Really? Huh. The final showdown will take place in the mountain pass leading to Khadga, where great crystals will stand as witnesses to its conclusion. Suitably romantic and suitably isolated. The Radiant Host have spread word throughout Thabnir that a hero has arisen to challenge Virazon, and his pride will force him to answer. The entrance to the pass is at the Giant Skull grounds. Let's head there at once to await his arrival. Determined and nod. Sleeping useful in Dawntrail dungeons is fascinating. That is not something I expected to ever happen. So, while we're here at the end of this one, which 2 role quests should I do next and which one should I do last? I think I want to do healer next because I know nothing about it. And then, like, as of right now, I would only be able to do physical ranged after that. I have bad news about physical DPS, and the news is that it's split into 2. So basically, you just told me to do all of them that will be left. Which, like, yes, but ending with Viper is appropriate, maybe? Melee DPS is technically the one I don't have access to right now. But I will have it soon enough. Because Viper is at, like, the end of 98. I can easily get to 100 tomorrow. Just through, like, Frontlines Roulette and Wonders Tales. And then, like, some other miscellaneous task. Sframmel here has opened the way towards Khadga. I'm certain Virazon will arrive before long, and then we'll wipe that arrogant grin off his face. But first we should check our gear and gird our loins for battle. Are you ready, S'crow? Is this Mount Ordeals? It's the same location that's directly before Mount Ordeals, I think. There he is. Yeah, it's the pathway to Mount Ordeals. Through the cragged peaks of Khadga, desolate winds blow over the field of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you've chosen for the conclusion of this legendary rivalry. Yeah. I was right not to face you before, in environs unsuited to a struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded, and my heart races in anticipation. I feel like fighting Virazon in the waiting room before an actual fight arena is appropriate to his level of false heroics. I knew you'd answer our challenge. You would never be able to stomach the people calling you craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom. Have you not realized by now that so long as I wield the perch of the apex, I am invincible? We'll soon put that to the test. You rely too much upon stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior to the people, but they've seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarce bear to look at you. You're nothing but a small, small man hiding within the hollow facade of a hero. And today we tear that facade down. Damn, alright. I feel like we've already killed him. Will you now? You may have the medal, but have you the puissance to claim the mantle of the hero? I think that's how you say that. Puissance? I don't know if he would know how to say that either, to be fair. My mantle? I don't remember what that word means. Puissance. Unbound, Verazon the Deceiver, starting with the comedy music for the fight. Okay, so they're not all unsomething. The time for words is past. Follow my lead. Nod. Physique or power. I can't believe well, I can believe, but it's really funny that we're using the comedy music. I'm assuming this will change. Untruth the Contrite is Tepeke's epithet. She's still beating herself up even with her epithet. I forgot what that meant and I had to check also. But untruth wouldn't follow the same meaning as like, or the same type of word as the first thing, but still. The comedy music is gonna kill me. Today we learn who the true hero is. God, his health is going down so quickly. The Purge of the Apex awakens! Oh no, boulders. Run, run or be crushed under a hail of stones! You know, this would actually be more difficult if I weren't Summoner, maybe. Not even you are nimble enough to escape this. Give up, for I'm invincible. I got hit once, man. You're as fierce as they say, yet I wield potions concocted by Thavner's finest alchemists. He's just spamming potions. You've done well, but your fight ends here. My alchemical minions shall be your downfall. Stop them now. The AoEs are called Fledgling Fury. I mean, this explains a little bit about why like his health was so low. I mean, he's just healing with potion spam. You defeated them already? Oh, of course. Who would wish to end this? Who would wish this duel to end so quickly? If we really just keep the comedy music the entire time, that's really funny. Don't you ever shut up? The armor exploded. What? My armor! My armor! The artifact! I've never seen it shine so! Is he gonna like summon Titan? That'd be really funny. Such powers I've never witnessed before! The Apex roars with fury untold! Why won't you fall? Summoner spells are always like this. This cannot be! I'm meant to be king! I'll not fall ere I ascend to the throne! He actually uses a retreating shot too, I guess. Which is pretty funny. I should have waited to use that. Oops. Nope. Whoop. I accidentally summoned Carbuncle again. That was not the correct button. We've chosen opposite directions, Tepeke. Get out there, you bloody... Get out here, you bloody things! Just stop them now! This may or may not be the safe place to be. I cannot lose! Wait. I messed up a little bit. That's... We both suffer grievous wounds. Perhaps we should consider this a draw. I'm at full health. You're lost. You've lost, Verazon. Lay down your weapon. Ah! I'm utterly defenseless. This rotten piece of wood was supposed to make me invincible. Also, cool goring blade. I can't move. The artifact, it's... Oh, now we fight the artifact, huh? It's out of control. Oh, we're just taking constant damage. Verazon can't suppress the fear in his heart, and the Apex has responded in kind. We have to stop it. It can't end like this. I won't let it. But I'm a hero. Someone save me. I'm reading all the dialogue in this fight, unlike the last one, apparently. Oh, right. Solar Vomit has to heal. It'll swallow us if we don't stop it soon. It's a little bit difficult to see with summoners sometimes. Well, it really did have the joke music the entire time. And, like, even after it. He's out cold. Now to take back the treasure. What? This can't happen! A hero never fails, or falls. I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat, a noble retreat, so that the Justiciar may live to save another day. And then a boulder falls on him and he dies. Huh? Close enough. S'crow's, like, the difference between Tepeke's expression and S'crow's expression there was pretty funny. So, this is only furthering the proof that the Hildebrand questlines will be quite something, given that they had this whole scene happen. I suppose the Apex wasn't finished yet. And it seems that Verazon in his cowardly haste neglected to look skyward. Was it an unfortunate accident? Or fate delivering his just desserts? Wait. Hold on. That actually said just deserts. There was only one S there. They actually typoed just desserts as just desert. I think. Maybe? Yeah, like it's supposed to be dessert with two S's, right? Wait, despite its pronunciation, just desserts with one S is the proper spelling for the phrase meaning the punishment that one deserves. According to Merriam-Webster. The phrase is even older than dessert, using an older noun version of desert meaning deserved reward or punishment, which is spelled like the arid land but pronounced like the sweet treat. Huh. Thanks, English language. He claimed to be Razathan's savior, yet he sowed only discontent among its people. Perhaps some days in a sunless jail will give him time to reflect upon the error of his ways. Yeah, exactly. And now, I finally recovered the perch of the apex. Thank you for coming this far with me, S'crow. That was like almost object handed over in a cutscene-ish, because she like took it from her hip and then held it in her hand, but there was like frames of it not being there. It got displaced instead of removed or detached. Anyway. And now we're over here. What do you think, S'crow? The battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Virazan is the responsibility of the Radiant Host now. And now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring the good tidings to my mother and father. Yet, before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, can I count on you to meet my family at Tuliolo for one final farewell? My parents will surely be glad to see you again. Nod. Tepeke definitely feels like she could have been in a Hildebrand questline. With like how emotive she was. I think that's the correct word for someone who emotes a lot. And also like just generally playing the straight man to Virazan's buffoonery. And also being like a co-investigator. I seem to be doubting or not knowing words a lot today. There's too many words, I think. Okay, maybe not. There's a lot of words that are uncommon in this game, is more accurate. Why, if it isn't S'crow, I'm pleased to say I've quite recovered since we last met. Perhaps one day I'll have the chance to save you in return. I didn't expect to see you in Tuliolo again so soon. Is Tepeke well? She really did it. And the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Father, Mother, it's good to see you. I'm sure S'crow's already told you what happened. I couldn't have retrieved our treasure without her. So we've heard, yet S'crow also told us your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Tepeke in her quest, S'crow. Nod. Now the perch of the apex must be returned and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Taral Vidral's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as our own. I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what happened in Thavnair. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or else we risk forgetting once again. I won't deny that the Apex's power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. Yet, during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could use it without risk to ourselves or other people. We could turn something we once feared to our advantage instead of letting it become obscured in legend. I can see the reason in that. We must be ever ready for danger even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Someone with the same ambitions as Verazon may arise again, perhaps from among our own. I dare say that once I've regaled them with the rise and fall of the Justiciar, I almost forgot that that was not Justicar again, he'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. As our forebears relied on the legend of the Terrell Vidral's fate to forbid the treasure's use, we can rely on the story of Verazon's fate to urge caution. And this time we have someone who lived through it to tell the tale. Of course, if I'm going to be guiding people in safe use of a potentially dangerous treasure, I see no choice but to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows at the prospect of loose lips Tepeke serving as the perch of the Apex's protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. And who better to tell the tale of Verazon and Tepeke's failures? I still don't think you failed as much as you think you failed. Your only mistake was in trusting Verazon, the same as I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your own failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained a wealth of experiences, and your efforts have finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions, and by doing so proved your conviction to our people. They shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I'm certain. Nod. Now we must say farewell, as much as it pains me to do so. I owe you a debt I could never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I'll do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Until next we meet, may fortune smile upon you. Feels like we ran into her at the end of her character arc. Kinda, yeah. Or at least, like, middle to late. I think, like, the structure of the quest sort of just necessitates speedrunning a character arc to some degree, but it really does feel like she already learned from most of her mistakes that she allegedly made and was just, like, solving the final piece of the puzzle. Completing the cleanup. That sort of thing. Reach for the apex. So... Oh. Hey, don't tell me what the other things are. I wanted to look at recent achievements. Wait. Last 5, there it is. So there's no theme with the quest names, I guess. But yeah, no themes with the quest names or achievement names. Yeah. I think there were themes last time, is all. So I guess that means next time is probably healer and physical ranged. And then eventually also Viper, where S'crow is currently wearing a funny hat. I don't know if this funny hat will stay around, but it is kind of funny to see S'crow just wearing like a regular baseball cap with metal plastered on the front. Also, there's a gas mask from the future attached to it. Like, this whole entire thing is a visor. It's kind of funny. I might try to make a fashion incorporating the hat, even though we didn't have a caster fashion. Kind of looks like it's smiling. A little bit. Oh, I also have the Vanguard Twin Blades. Extremely Phantasy Star sort of weapon. Yeah, I'll probably try to make a Viper Glamour. Oh no! My Viper eye level is 666. That number and snake theming? I'm gonna get banned from religion. Or something. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm not really part of a religion. But anyway, yeah. Next time is probably Sage and then Machinist. I did actually. There's a ROM hack for the GameCube version of PSO episodes 1 and 2 called Return to Ragol, I believe. That aims to do like a lot of quality of life features and like balance improvements and so on. It looks interesting. That might be something to try out. I've also occasionally considered playing like a PSO Blueburst private server more and maybe streaming some of that. I do like PSO. It's difficult for me to like get back into PSO 1 sometimes. Probably just because it's like I have some difficulties going back to older games at times when like other stuff has added more convenience. However, Phantasy Star games, well, I won't say they went downhill immediately after PSO, but they've not been in a great spot recently, in my opinion. NES Wizard game? NES Wizard game? I am unsure of what you mean. But, my opinion on Phantasy Star, actually, I did have a question. I forget if I've asked on stream before, but I think I did. Oh, Warlocked, that's for the Game Boy Color. Not the NES, but that is a game that I was interested in like streaming at least once. Warlocked is a Game Boy Color real-time strategy game with really weirdly good music as well. So it's all sorts of an anomaly. It's even got like bit crushed voice clips. And there's and the sound test has a funny goblin playing the piano. It's a Game Boy Color strategy game that I had as a kid, and I still have somewhere, that I don't know if many people know about, so I think it'd be fun to like do a stream of it and be like, look at this game I had when I was younger. Let's see if it's any good or interesting. Oh yeah, I don't remember all the voice clips, but I know that when you turn the game on, there's a bit crushed Warlocked. And I think like the various units say things because it's a real-time strategy and you gotta do that. It's pretty good. The music is ridiculously good for Game Boy Color also. I think it's by a composer who's also done wizardry with the Commodore 64. Actually, while we're here at the end of this stream, what if I previewed some Warlocked music for you? Including the voice clip, why not? Because that's at the start of the title theme. I don't know how loud this will be, so I muted it in advance. I think it's going to be at an okay volume.
Warlock.
There it is. This dude loves arpeggios. The composer is Jeroen Tel. I don't think he's done a lot of games, but I might be wrong. Probably did a lot more in the older, like, Commodore 64 days and stuff. But this is the title theme. And here's a different example from later in the... Whoop. That loaded in the middle. This is Caves music. The music doesn't have, like, elaborate names or anything. But also it rules. Ah, a Dutch composer. Best known for numerous computer game tunes he wrote in the 1980s and early 1990s for the Commodore 64. But yeah, the music is good, basically. It'd be an interesting game to, like, not necessarily do a complete playthrough of, but, like, show off and, like, look at again. Anyway. So there was another question I think I've asked on stream before. But, oh yeah, other new Sage move. Philosophia. Hey, wait a freaking second. Hold up. That has a classic Final Fantasy spellcasting sound in it. Hold the phone. I'm getting completely derailed here. Did you hear it? It's that charge up noise. I don't know if it's exactly one of them, but it's very similar to, like, a bunch of old spellcasting noises of Final Fantasy. Not really. Also, the crystal, like, squash and stretching like that is really funny, actually. Does it have other classic Final Fantasy noises in it? I guess, yeah, like, it does have the same vibe. Because of all the, like, twinkly, sparkly noises. Yeah, it's definitely got the vibe, but Philosophia is the most, like, directly classic Final Fantasy sounding thing. Anyway, my question that I keep getting derailed from. One of the... What I would, without complete confidence, say is maybe, like, the last really good Phantasy Star online game. Since I think I think PSO2 probably had points in its life where it was good, and also there were points in its life where I enjoyed it, but I think overall it ended up not very good, and that includes New Genesis. But before that, at some point, was Phantasy Star Portable 2, and Phantasy Star Portable and Portable 2 were in, like, the same universe and, like, engine, I guess, as Phantasy Star Universe. But they, like, added more mechanics and, like, refined it a lot, especially Portable 2. And Portable 2 got released in English and has, like, a fully English-voiced campaign. But then there was Portable 2 Infinity, which was released only in Japanese, and added an entire second campaign. And eventually, Portable 2 Infinity got a fan translation. So, like, if I wanted to do a playthrough of Portable 2, ideally it would be Infinity, but this would also mean that all the voice acting was Japanese, and I wanted to know what people thought about that because of my tendency to, like, read dialogue unless it's voiced. But if it's voiced in a language that I suspect not many of my viewers know, do I just, like, tell people to read the text boxes? Do I turn off the voice acting and do it myself? Do I let the Japanese voices play and then do the voice acting over again in English? Which would take very long amounts of time. But that's a game I've considered, but I've never really been able to figure out how I want to tackle that part of it. Fine with Japanese voices. That's probably the most reasonable approach. Just allowing the Japanese voice acting to do its thing. Amusingly enough, one fact about Portable 2 Episode 2, or like the Infinity campaign that I know of, is that it takes one of the characters who was like the worst guy in original Phantasy Star Universe and brings him back but makes him cool. And that sounds really funny. You may or may not recall when I streamed a little bit of Phantasy Star Portable 1 at some point, in which Phantasy Star Universe's original cast of terrible characters did exist. Phantasy Star Portable, I could talk a lot about Phantasy Star probably. God, that could be funny, yeah. Or vice versa. But, so Phantasy Star Universe has a cast of characters that I would probably describe as cringe. Like, cringe is dead and all that, but I think cringe lives on in Ethan Weber and his cohorts to some degree, at least in the original PSU. Ethan got a little bit better in the expansion, if I remember correctly. But, like, the cast, like, not all of them are terrible, but, like, Ethan is the main character, and he's kind of he's not, like, the best main character. But also there's, like, anime old man pervert guy who's a robot. And then there's anime pervert who's not old and not a robot. And he's like always flirting with every person that's a lady that he sees all the time. He's the guy they bring back and make cool like 3 games later. Which is very funny. But also, like, the other funny thing about that is that Phantasy Star Portable 1 uses the cast of Phantasy Star Universe for all of their, like, flaws. Again, not all of them are terrible. Phantasy Star Portable 2 uses none of them. They are all gone, almost. Like, maybe they show up... Okay, one of them is back, and she's older because she was a child in PSU. But Portable 2 has, like, an entirely original cast of characters, and while many of them are, to some degree, terrible, they are terrible on purpose, and they experience significant character growth in the story and become not terrible. And for some reason, it is always striking to me when there is character growth in the video game, like, that's substantially noticeable. Because, like, I mean, it probably happens more than I realize, but also, like, it stands out a lot within that series, maybe. Oh, this doesn't have physics. I mean, platform collision. That's the word. So in conclusion, I think Phantasy Star Portable 2 actually has a good story and good characters that are, like, start off unlikable in various ways and then grow. Also, I will say that if I do not have to read any of the dialogue... Okay, not all of the dialogue is voiced, so I probably still have to read it. There is one character in Phantasy Star Portable 2 who's named Chelsea, who is like a hostess robot who, well, she was sort of like a hostess of various events and so on, I think. And then she's now like a secretary. Her character traits are... She speaks kind of funny. She throws in arbitrary French constantly. And I don't know how they do that in the Japanese voice acting. So that'll be interesting. And also, like, she manages to go beyond the Fire Emblem secondary character one character trait by also having another character trait of being, like, ridiculously overproductive to her detriment. Like, over the course of the game, you learn that she has, like, 50 different degrees and licenses in a bunch of random for a bunch of like random jobs and like education and stuff or something like that. She just overworks herself so much. Characters are interesting and weird in this game. It's something. But my point in bringing up Chelsea is that I would have to attempt to pronounce French and fail horrifically, constantly. As I'm known to do with French. Which may or may not be a plus. I don't know if that's funny or not. Anyway, this has been the random derail about Phantasy Star Portable 2. It's also worth mentioning that the game is actually difficult. But in addition, there are also really funny character builds you can do. For both versions of it. I'm going to continue the derail, actually. I'm going to keep rambling for a second. In Portable 2 regular version, one thing you can do, the 4 character classes that you can do, which you can also like learn abilities from and mix and match those passives and so on, are Hunter, Ranger, Force, as is like classic Phantasy Star Online, and then Vanguard, which is like sort of a weird like hybrid of everything that like mixes whatever they feel like together and is also like focused on defense and evasion sometimes. And one thing you can do also in Portable 2 in general, like your character's race actually makes a huge difference in their stats, which is not always something in Phantasy Star. So one of the races is the Newman, like space elf basically. And they are traditionally the wizard, who is like the wizard race, who's good at casting techs and is also really bad at like physical fighting. But what you can do as a funny prank in Portable 2 version 1 is you can play as a Newman Vanguard and go into melee, and you can set it up so that you have so much evasion that you are invincible from the front. Because the way evasion works in that game is it's a chance of blocking something that you're facing. It is possible to have so much evasion that you cannot be damaged from the front. That is not possible in Infinity. They removed that. But Infinity does have another funny elf prank that you can do. Because in Infinity, the way Rangers work is you have like an MP bar. I think it's PP in this game, like power points or whatever. And it regenerates at different rates. The way Rangers work is that every bullet costs MP. No attack is free. And this also includes like you have charged attacks in Infinity 2 or in Portable 2. So you can like charge your shot. And then there's variants on that they added in the Infinity version, so you can have Charge Shot 2, which does something different instead of just like big shot. And the funny thing about Newmans in Infinity is that their MP regeneration is so fast that they have infinite ammo for basically everything except for Grenade Launcher 2, which they still have way more often than they should. Grenade Launcher 2 is like a really ridiculously powerful attack that costs your entire MP bar, or near it, or possibly more than it, depending on what your character is. But they can like regenerate that without too much of a problem. But what they can do is infinitely spam the Laser Cannon Charge Shot 2, which is a sweeping laser that knocks enemies up into the air, stunning them for like 3 seconds. And while the game has like a combo chain system where you need to be building a combo and then using a charge shot or a photon art or a tech assigned to a specific button to like detonate the combo for big damage, the infinite sweeping stunlock laser can never really use the chain system, but it can completely trivialize rooms of basic enemies forever, which is really funny. And the other funny elf prank, which is actually like more intentional because it's a wizard prank or a force prank. I shouldn't say wizard. Wizard is what they called forces in the Southeast Asia version of PSO2. because they translated it funny. But the funny elf wizard prank, which I'm going to say even though every word in there is wrong except for funny and prank, is 2 spells that I think are new in Infinity, are basically variants of put down a big field that does repeated damage and also stuns. Like, I think one of them doesn't stun, but the other one that is more damage and larger does stun and possibly do the knock enemies into the air thing. And the way techs work is that you assign one tech, any tech that you want, to combo builder and then one to combo breaker. So the spells in question are Sabarda and Sazand. Sabarda is like a flamethrower of ice, sort of like a cone of persistent ice that hits repeatedly. And Sazand is a giant electricity field that hits repeatedly and makes enemies fly into the air. And you can use Sazand as the combo breaker after building it with Sabarda. And this is so effective that you don't need to care about elemental weaknesses ever. At least in regards to the enemies you're targeting. As far as I can tell. Now, this has some trouble against like mobile enemies. Sometimes, like a boss that moves around a lot, that would have a problem, potentially. But it's ridiculous. There's a lot of silly things you can do with that game. Judging by the amount of enthusiasm that I put into this rambling speech, it seems like I'm excited about it. So maybe I should stream that. But yeah, I would probably be a Newman Force if I did that, because that's funny. Another way to put Sazand into perspective is that there are guides on the Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity wiki that exists after the fan translation that someone made that's like how to Hunter, basically, how to Ranger, basically, how to Force, etc. And, well, there's like detailed information about how like each weapon type plays and like what its strengths and weaknesses are and like what combinations of them you should think about loading into your loadout. There is one part on the Force page that just has a large font that says Sazand go brrrr. So, yeah. That's my pitch for Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity as a stream in the future. I guess. The pitch is that space elves are funny. And also the character writing is good. Oh, and there's one other returning character who's from Portable 1, I believe. Portable 1 had like a side plot, or, well, it was kind of like a big focus of the plot. I don't remember if we even, I think we saw it a little bit. There's like a newly made advanced robot girl named Vivian, who you, as the player character, sort of like decide who she becomes by influencing her like emotions and stuff that she's learning and developing. And she just shows up again in Portable 2. Like, she's kind of like she's sort of like, you would be forgiven for thinking she was like a storytelling gimmick character in the first one, though I did like her. But she just shows up again. She's not like a major character in the story, but she has her own like side story mission, and then you can just have her in your party all the time. I thought you'd be interested in Robot Girl. I should probably have mentioned at some point that one of the playable races is Robot. The playable races in Portable 2 are Human, Newman, Space Elf, Cast, Robot, and Dooman, which is like... they're people with horns who aren't very good. The gimmick of the Doomans is that they're good at everything except their defenses are the worst in every category and their MP is terrible. So like they're theoretically offensively capable of everything, but defensively they're you have to be very good at the game to play as a Dooman successfully. Let me see. I'll pull up a picture of Vivian. while I'm here. This is the derail at the end of the stream that has nothing to do with Final Fantasy. But it's fun to talk about it. Let's see, what's a good picture? That's probably a good picture. Sega's character of the day, Twitter, apparently is a thing. Unfortunately, for Phantasy Star Universe and the games in its universe, a lot of the robot parts that you can choose to use are strange. The character design for robots is weird and often questionable in more than one way. Why is this image so tiny? Here's Vivian, though. Her design is good. She's not an example of the weird robot design. Vivian is cute. Do I have an example of... I do have a weird trivia about Phantasy Star while I'm here. According to the Giant Bomb website, my Phantasy Star Universe character from when the game was new is a definitive example of the cast race. I have this image. This is my old character from like forever ago. They just have my image here for some reason. I don't know why, but it's really funny. And I also have... I was attempting to make a character that resembled Curly Brace from Cave Story, which is why she looks like that. And I have also this image proving this, which is the photo bucket data of this. Oh no, my old username for photo bucket. By the way, photo bucket is also really funny because they keep insisting that my account is dead forever, but it's definitely not, because they never actually delete it. But there you can see the upload date and everything. It's very funny. Anyway, do I have other pictures? I think I might... God, I never remember the name of the parts. I probably don't have it on hand. But there is one, as an example of weird character designs, there is one cast torso in the PSU series that I would describe as looking like you have a toilet seat lid on your back constantly. There are some strange character design choices. Also, typically the robots are aligned with guns in PSU, and the like they're aligned with being a ranger, and the Newmans are aligned with being like a caster tech user. I could also play as a robot. I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. But anyway, that was half of the tank quest line, the latter half, the whole caster quest line, and then roughly 30 minutes of me talking about unrelated video games, I think. So, seems like Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity might be on the list for the future. That would be cool. I also don't know if I can guarantee I can complete that game easily, because it does get difficult. And the last mission, the last, like, chapter of the first episode has the funny prank of mini-boss rush with 2 of each mini-boss at a time that are desynced from each other. Get dead, idiot. But maybe I can just level grind or something. I don't know. Anyway, thank you both. Thank you all for watching. I don't want to discount anyone who I'm not aware is watching, but it might just have been you two. Thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV, and next time is the healer role quests and the ranged physical DPS role quests for Dawntrail, probably. Not going to guarantee all of both of them, but that's going to be the goal. So yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you again next time. Good night, everyone.